What up, guys? I just got into work, so give me a sec. Okay. Whew. Today, once I'm all settled, we're gonna start working on the hacking minigame. And I don't think I want to be an engine for this, but I have plastic opened. I think we need to work out how we want this to work. Like, this is gonna be a full design day, I think. And also the syntax and how you hack into devices, how you manipulate them remotely, how you can obtain information, things of that nature. And I think it'll be largely a notepad day. It's gonna be one of those days. A mood board. Do I have peer ref on this computer? I do. Oh. Long-awaited 2.0 update has arrived. GIF playback, grouping, drawing. I want that. How do I get that? How do I close this? There we go. Will it delete the original version? That is the question. Ooh. Okay, we will use this. Let's go find some command lines that we really like. Obviously, command prompt. I think customization would be fun. You know, if we can make it look like PowerShell or something, or put your own like background colors onto it. But I mean, this is the most obvious reference, right? Let's get some text in here. Journey Cog, PowerShell is not peak design. I don't like the blue. I actually don't like the blue. I hate it. I like its increased capabilities compared to command prompt, but I don't like the blue color. It's really fucking... What's a good way to put it? It's just... It's aggressive, you know? This is not dark mode. What is this? Who wants this? Actually, can you turn it off? You can. That's not the background color. Oh wait, hold on, maybe it's good. I didn't know you could do that. You can just right click, you can change the color. An amber font? I can do it. I can't make my own color. Oh wait, I can. I just have to get the RGB color for it. Hey, Oxedo. We're not even... How many minutes are we? We're not even 5 minutes in and we're already getting distracted. God damn it. I hate myself sometimes. Hey, Rami. Hi, guys. It's good to see you this morning. Is that too bright? And orange. The fuck? That's not orange. But it says that's RGB. 235, 117. What is this? Or our sound's not playing? Hold on. Give me a sec. Gotta restart, mix it up. It does this sometimes. Okay, give it like 5 seconds. I don't want pink color. Oh no. Okay, I've ruined PowerShell. Okay, but I do like the idea of being able to change interface color. Can change interface and text color. And that should be really easy to do. People like customization. Hacking, communication, querying. These are all the things that you can do within the command line interface. You know, I like the idea that you might not be an administrator when you hack in. So you can't run all commands. Would that be fun though? And market it as an accessibility feature. God damn, Turning Cog, you know how to make money. That's right, we can say we're progressive. Look at all the accessibility we've put into our game. And it's just doing this. Oh, let's make this the most pretty background ever. Oh, it's beautiful. Windows PowerShell. Do you guys like this color setup? Hey, Buster D. Should I put, you know, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. This is perfect. Oh god, I hate that I'm so used to right click moving my cat. I just can't, I can't. Can I turn that off? I don't like that. Keyboard shortcuts. Where's right click? Pan while maximized. Yeah, but it's not panning. It's moving the whole thing. Middle mouse button. Oh my god, I hate that. Okay. Doesn't feel centered. That's not centered. Look at this. If I draw little dongers, okay? This one is clearly larger than this one. Those are not equal size. That upsets me. Hey, Miss Sophie. It's a good time to enter. Then we'll use dicks to size everything. Is there a margin left? I actually don't know. It says it's comfortable. Does this feel comfortable? Do you guys feel comfortable looking at the sides of these and realizing that they're not equal? because I don't feel comfortable. Do we have any like command interface? I know GTFO has one. Terminal. GTFO has the terminal, which I think is really cool. And it looks like this. It's kind of hard to see. And I really like how this works. Comfortable is not a justification option that some made up BS. I think some people will justify their actions by saying they're comfortable. Why can't a text box turning cog? What are we even talking about at this point? Yeah, this is the terminal in GTFO. Great game, by the way. And I really like how immersive a lot of the shortcuts can be. Really good. I think GTFO just has a really great interface as a whole. Next episode of Murderbot? What is Murderbot? What the hell is Murderbot? Let's see if Grok knows what other games have terminals like this. What? List some games that have command prompt like terminals in them for hacking, gathering data, etc. Hacknet. I do know Hacknet. Uplink, that's one I know too. System Shock 2 had a command line? I do not remember that. Nor Dead Space. Interesting. What did Hacknets look like? Let's see if we... Hold on, I want to get a screenshot of this first. Is this a new sci series? It's like comedy action? Murderbot? In a high-tech future, a rogue security robot secretly gains free will. To stay hidden, it reluctantly joins a new mission protecting scientists on a dangerous planet, even though it just wants to binge soap operas. That sounds pretty fun. I like the premise. I'll have to check that out. I was like, oh, this is really... How you guys said it's a comedy. It's a security robot. He gains free will. And then it's like, it just wants to binge soap operas. I'm like... Okay, I see. Hey, can we make a... Oh, fuck, I hate that. Can we make a group? Sorry, this is like my first time using this. It says there was a way to group them. Maybe with G? No. Do they have a wiki? Peer ref wiki. They don't have documentation? Handbook. kurwa. How do you group things in this? Can you group things? Colors, canvas, border, selection. No, no. I can't search actions and there's like 5,000 things. There's a comment. Alt C. Control G. Control G is group, okay. Oh, God damn it. Can I turn off this right mouse panning that's so obnoxious? It's still doing it. Whatever. I'm bored of looking for it. Oh, there we go. There's a group. Okay. I can unlock it. Okay, beautiful. Ooh. Oh, I don't want to do that. I kind of want to scale the group, but not scale everything within it. So maybe I shouldn't group it yet. Sounds like you just want to binge soap operas and K-dramas all day. Oh, did you ask what we're doing? Oh, sorry about that. Type in exclamation point goal. I did update it today. I didn't forget. So can I put like a little comment on this image? Like an alt text? I can put in a note. Comment untitled. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Add that in the stream title? No, make me, Rex. Yeah, Rex. Get him, Sophie. I feel like I was in Deliverance for a half second there. Squeal like a pig, Rex. If you know, I probably shouldn't have said that. If you don't know, you're not gonna understand what that meant. Don't look up the reference to that line. Never, you know, I heard that before. It is a fucked up movie. Pure ref alt text. There isn't really a way, is there? There's a lot of new stuff. They have GIF playback, which is really cool. PureF 2.0 supports rich text in notes. That's nice. Yeah, there isn't really a way to do it, okay. You're talking about Unreal Fest lectures in one of the survival crafter communities I'm in, and one of the dudes would be like, I want to learn Unreal too, so it looks like I'll be helping a dude navigate some of the complex BS to get started. Good luck. Sometimes it feels like most of learning an engine is navigating the complex BS. I think I tried playing Hacknet back in the day, but I never really got deep into it. Has anybody played this game? I think I even own it. Devs don't play games. I do own it. I don't think I've ever played it though. I should try it for research purposes. So there's like a terminal mode or something? Oh, this is the terminal. Is this a side project that's not potion game? This is actually going to be the main project now. Interesting. You own Hacknet 2? Is it a free game or something? I don't think it's free, but I think that it was probably in some bundle. What happened or what didn't happen? We have a YouTube video about it. Maybe I should add a command that shows it. Let me do that. It's kind of a longer thing to talk about. Let's add it here. Cauldron Chronicles is on the back burner for the time being. Makes it sound like we're going to return to it soon, and we're not. Sorry, it's not you. I just don't want to have to explain it, you know, like every 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll just do that. That'll work. Yeah, it's not a quick explain. Okay, I will explain it to you now because you mentioned it. The lack of a... The lack of established team was something that publishers were not a big fan of. Stop farting and coming in my chat. I'm not going to explain it. You can blame Sophie and Rex turning cog. No, I can explain it. So the issue was that we didn't have an established team that publishers weren't really a big fan of. They liked the pitch, they liked the game, they liked the numbers. You know, it all made sense. And they didn't have a problem with what we had made so far. In fact, we had made a lot more than they usually see. But the problem was that I'm one person, and I can say that I'll hire the right people in a reasonable amount of time, but that's something that I can't prove, right? And that is a fair criticism and a fair worry. So the problem is I can't hire those people without money, but I can't get the money without hiring those people. So here we are. We're in this room together. So instead, and I think that publishers were giving me bad advice on what to cut in order to make the game more reasonable in terms of budget. So honestly, I'm just going to go back to one of our original plans, which was build up our team slowly, stay completely independent, and then return to Golden Chronicles in the future when we have an established team and we have enough money to build it ourselves. Which is not going to be easy. Or quick. I think that there is some fair criticism that I wouldn't be able to find a producer or art director in a very quick amount of time. I don't think this is necessarily incorrect. Do what one of my clients said, use AI code for you. Yeah, we're definitely not going to use AI code. Is there a way to like add quick text? No. Well, maybe there is. Oh yeah, Control N. That's awkward. Did I put links in here? Like if I wanted a link to GTFO? Try it with Hacknet. I can take a link and paste it and it just grabs every single image? Okay, that's not at all what I wanted to happen. That is crazy. Okay. Definitely not what I wanted. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. It's a little bit of a pain to prune images from the cluster images, yeah. I thought I could just paste a link and it would like make a note with that link. No, it turns out it scrapes the entire thing for images. What happens if I do Microraptor? See, it does it there. What is this? Oh no, it did it here too. That's funny, but it's like mostly the thumbnails. It's a good game, by the way. If any of you are into like hardcore co-op horror FPS games, this is one of the best. Very difficult though. Uplink. I know Uplink. I don't know about System Shock 2's interface, though. Yeah, I don't think I ever played this. It's really good. It's one of those games, though, you need to play with people, and you need to communicate. Like, you need voice chat. Absolutely impossible to do without voice chat. What are friends, right? Hope it's a clincher. Most of us don't have a friend who's committed. I did have really good success playing with randoms. They have a really cool way to team up with people via their Discord. It's kind of interesting. Like you say you have a team, and then you link to a voice channel, and then you can join the voice channel, and it gives you the invite to the game. And it was pretty nice. The reason why it worked so well with Discord is because of how hardcore the game is. This is not a game for people who can't stand failure. and who can't help others succeed and work as a team. So you ended up with a community that was actually extremely friendly, extremely helpful, was very welcoming of new players, and I have a lot of appreciation for that. And I met some pretty cool people through it. But you will fail missions multiple times before you succeed, and you just kind of optimize your flow and the way that you want to go about going through rooms. It was nice. I don't know if it's still that way, but that's the way that it was when I played. Friends is a new AI thing. You know that people use AI like ChatGPT as girlfriends and boyfriends? People unironically talk to it as if it is their partner. It's really dystopian to me. And even turning Kage and Kent. We seem to share a lot of the same viewer base, Miss Sophie. Let's wait 2 years for the foam to go down. Global criminal database. I like how blocky this whole thing looks. It's very anti-Metro, and I kind of appreciate it. Celebrating with some cola. Local man complains about getting head, news at 9. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Is this like a criminal, like, photo? Benjamin Nightingale. College qualifications, computing. Graduate qualifications, artificial intelligence, class 2. I love this image. It is definitely early 2000s. It's like Eminem. Maybe just pictures of the devs. I don't really see its terminal though. System Shock 2. Does it have an actual terminal? Features terminals for hacking devices, accessing logs, and unlocking areas. Command line interfaces integrated into the game's cyberpunk RPG mechanics. See, I never played System Shock 2, only the first one. It's Bioshock. It's on System Shock 2. I played Bioshock enough times to know that this is definitely Bioshock. Shock 2 is a 25-year anniversary edition that seems a little better on modern systems. Yeah, I saw that. I was hoping that that they would make a remake for the second game like they did for the first one. Because I played this, and this was fantastic. Very well made. And if you've never played System Shock before, I definitely recommend playing this. Very much like, you know, because this game inspired so many other games like it, you know, including Bioshock, including Prey, Deus Ex. This was really, really well made. And I could not put it down. It's got a demo too. Like they are some nice dudes too. They went through a lot of hassle and work to make this. I'm glad they got it out, and I hope that they made enough money to work on the second one. But I don't know what the sales numbers look like. Deus Ex includes terminal interfaces for hacking computers to gather information. It's just the first one, though. Classic. I don't remember that. I think Grok is misunderstanding. TIS 100 is not exactly like it, but maybe Exapunks is a little bit more. I love Zachtronics. Jesus Christ. Those are some thighs. It doesn't really have a terminal though, it's just assembly. Goon sells good. Goon does sell games. People like gooning. There aren't a whole lot of games that I can find that include the terminal hacking. By the way, literally all of Zachtronics games, if you guys are like into hacking or you like puzzles or you like logical games, this guy is probably one of the greatest designers that I've ever seen for logic-based puzzle games. And all of his are really great. It is really good. You guys can type in !song as well to see the song that we're listening to. If there's ever anything that you like that, and if you're a streamer, this entire list of songs will not get you copyright claims and blocks on YouTube, and you won't get anything on Twitch either. It's been a hell of a lot of work to find soundtracks that won't get copyright claims. I mean, we could always pull like the Linux terminal too if we want. Though it's, functionally and visually very similar to command line, so. I don't really see a need to include it differently, but I guess we can. What's the elevator pitch of this new project? If you type in !game, you can see it. I think that's the right command for it. Linux terminal. Hitman, but through hacking devices. Pretty much. Going for an indie shitpost art style? Probably not. It'll be more realistic. I'm not the vision holder, though. Cutsper is the vision holder, and this is what he wants, so I'm working in his boundaries. I do like the selective coloring of certain important things. So maybe that can be an option. Either for like accessibility, but it could also just be for like difficulty. Since people might want to play, but they don't know coding very well, so. I think in terms of difficulty, GTFO did a good job of making it accessible for a wide array of players, but also making it functional and immersive. You don't have a whole lot of gobbledygook, let's put it that way. Because if we just cross out the gobbledygook, just stuff that's just used for flavor purposes. This kind of is, but not really. This is important gameplay info. Not even half of it is gobbledygook. Puzzle difficulty RAM should onboard players to the syntax the puzzles use, and it shouldn't matter if they can code. Yeah, the syntax will be something that we design as well. You have an emote for farting? I hate it. I love it. I loved it. I hate to love it. Hey, Stream Chef. Join, but you should take a look at the quadrilateral cowboy if you didn't know. Yeah, I did see that on... That was one of the ones that was mentioned. Let me grab that. First-person game where you use a deck. A dick. Portable terminals, input commands for hacking environmental objects like doors and cameras. We should look at that one. Quadrilateral cowboy. This looks relatively newer. Was it ever on Steam? Oh yeah, it is. No, they literally just made a command prompt. What was their syntax? Interesting. Staggering 256k of RAM. Holy shit, that's so much RAM. And plus you can always download more RAM, so not a worry. Interesting.
You probably think of your personal computer as a...
Oh my god, hold on.
You probably think of your personal computer as a tool for work.
Yeah.
And maybe a bit of fun. But a new generation of cyber criminals is dialing into phone systems all around the world.
Oh,
And their
kurwa.
next target could be the nation's capital or your very own living room. It's a far cry from the days of file cabinets and phone books. Computers make our lives more convenient, but experts warn that convenience comes at a steep price. So, the next time you log on, consider just what information you're sending and who might be listening.
This
Because
looks
these
really cool.
high-tech hackers are playing high-stakes games, and their only loyalty is to the highest bidder. From the vaults at Bergamot Towers to the vaulted halls of government to your bank's local branch, one thing is clear. Nowhere is beyond their reach.
That's pretty awesome. The clever way to avoid needing complex animations, good sounds. Yeah, I was gonna say when listening to this, I'm like, they did a great job choosing sound effects. That's really cool. I'll have to check that out. I don't think Cuthbert's heard about it either. How much can you do on the terminal itself, though? Or is the terminal mainly there for some flavor and extra stuff? Entire game is a trip. All Blender games are interesting in some way or another. Is the Octopath Traveler music? Yes, it is. I've been trying to get people to play Octopath Traveler. Nobody wants to listen to me. Game is great. Awesome strategy combat. Amazing soundtrack. Beautiful visuals, too. They're so good. And if you're into like Unreal Engine, they're both made in Unreal Engine, and they look amazing. Some of the greatest 2.5D. They're really good. You ever troll people assume you're pulling their leg? I recommend good games, which speaking of, we have a curator group. If you guys are curious. We do have a Microraptor Games curator group. I'm slowly adding some stuff that I've played, but there's so many games I've played that I'd have to sit down for like 2 days and just write reviews. But it's pretty cool because then if you go to like any of these pages, you'll see our recommendation. I think I added a curator command. Maybe I didn't. No, I didn't. Check out our Steam curator group. There we go. Drag the terminal with you and it's needed for basically all of the game. I wish they had showed it more. I'll have to play it, Stream Chef. This game looks really interesting. I don't know why there are censored women at the bottom of this page, but there are. You ordered your 5080 and new PSU. Never thought I'd buy so expensive PC parts one day. Well, I hope the 5080 works out for you. All right, let's think of some syntax. Let's just make a quick list of the things that you should be able to type in at the base level for it, for when you're in the network itself. And then each device should have its own additional syntax. There's also going to be programs that you can run that will have their own commands as well. Play songs. Look, it's not playing the song. That was weird. Help. I don't like that tabbing. RTX 9080. Yeah, with DLSS 69. So I can render the game at 1 FPS and get 99 additional frames. Yeah, good PSU is worth it. Other trailer shows a tiny bit more of it, but yeah, either play it or take a look at some YouTube videos where people play through parts of it. I will do that. I will probably play it myself. I mean, you're in the network, so you're not in a device where there are directories directly. Yeah, get it? There should be some way to... What's a good way to list this? I mean, some hierarchy to show it would definitely be the proper way. Doing that network wire splice shit we see in heist films? Network wire splice shit? Like what? I mean, let's think of it like actions. What would the player want to do? When you're in the base network, of course, as a player, when hacked into the network, these are what's called user stories, by the way. Good way of framing your mind. The network. I want to be able to get information on what commands I have available. To get into the network, you get into a service terminal and splice your terminal in. You need some way to start the level in our games, right? So we're thinking that just like in Hitman, where you get dropped into some part of the map, and that's where you start. We need some way for the non-physical body player, to start somewhere, whether that be a device, whether that be a network, somewhere. So you're kind of like spliced in somewhere, but it might be through like a a hacked cleaning robot, and that's where you start. And somebody's connected you up to the Wi-Fi. Okay, well now you need to backdoor your way into the network from that cleaning robot, and then start to move throughout other devices. See network devices. Query information about network devices. Remotely hack into network devices. Run commands remotely for network devices. The only thing about Noctua fans, I really like doing all-in-one liquid coolers. They're some of my favorite coolers to work with now, even though they are a little bit more. There's a tiny little bit more maintenance required just to keep the coolant topped up, but they provide you with so much room to pull the air away from the motherboard, and you get much better RAM clearance, of course. They're usually quieter than air coolers too. Usually a little bit more. But the pump does make some noise. You've been building your PC since I'm at 12? Dude, same. Good old classics, right? Look at this chonker. What are the things what I want to do specifically in the remotely remove devices from network? Would be another action. It would be hard to remotely add devices to the network, because I feel like some of that would require physical intervention. Getting devices online. We have that one for like query information about network devices connected. Setting up triggers action just makes me think of setting up IoT things in Home Assistant with all integrations devices. Yeah, so the vision is we kind of want players to be able to, like really knowledgeable, skillful players, to be able to use the command line to remotely trigger other things without being directly hacked into that. This might require some like resource or something, so it's not something that you can just sit back and do through command line completely. But if you had enough of this gamified resource, let's just call it hacking points or whatever, and you gain that by doing actions in the level, you could then remotely trigger certain things by setting up macros and running all those things. And I think that provides a lot of opportunity for speed runs, for emergent gameplay, or natural progression of player knowledge. Maybe upload and download. Upload and download files and software from connected devices. Not everything can have files, you know, locally. Some things might just be a device. But that would be cool. Can we mash buttons to make it load faster? Maybe. That's a good, I think this is a good start. We can always add on to it. Should be a basic network software that is inherently present, similar to running command prompts. The player can load custom software, either already present or persisting between levels, right? So maybe like as you successfully complete levels, you can buy new software, and like this is part of your build or something. Like you can bring different pieces of software and you could find new ones that are just there for that level. And they'll each have their own syntax and commands available to them. So this would be something like, what's a good example? Like loading in command prompt, one of the custom like device managers or disk manager. I think disk manager has one, doesn't it? Is it MNGR? MGR? Oh, I don't remember what it is. There is a way to do it. Hold on, let me see. Command prompt disk management. Oh, it's disk MGMT. I thought there's a way to do it directly through command prompt. I don't remember. Can you mix? Can you use your potion mixes to make the software custom to the player's needs? I don't know yet. I'm gonna need more than 3 days to think about that one. It'd be nice to have a few areas in the game where Wi-Fi is bad and you can't use all your hacking abilities, or where some other interferences are. Yeah, so I think at least for the first level that Cuthbert wants to makes, he wants to have like building, and let's just say like a you know, pathways between them. But the network range is only like this far for the first one. And maybe you can hook up a second one here, but this one is entirely offline. It doesn't have a network connection. So you would have to like take control of a robot or something and move it in here, and then remotely move between devices on some like local network or some other way. We're thinking about it. But yeah, we want that to be part of the puzzle. Is you don't always have a network to fall back into and to see information of. That's another important thing. Network connections are unknown until the player discovers what they are. See local IPs, but not what that device physically is. So we want some way to like scan a device and see, okay, I can see this CCTV or this phone through the CCTV camera. Let me run this quick hack or query. And if I can match up the local IP now in the network, I can see, okay, this IP is the smartphone. And maybe you unlock a little, you can unlock like a little bit more knowledge through some interface. We can say, okay, it's a smartphone, but we don't know whose it is. So let me try to hack into it. Oh, I can see it's owned by this person. Or I saw this person pick it up, and now that information has been added to. And so when you jump into a level, there's just a lot of unknown information. You have to play that, you have to play that assassin. You have to case, you have to take things in, just watch, observe, gather information, and then you can start to formulate your plan. And some devices might have really strong protection on them that you can't just do a simple query, or if it's behind a wall that you can't get past, like some locked server room that you literally just cannot get into. Maybe it's on a separate network or super protected, then you're not going to know what those devices are that are in there. And so you might need to hack into somebody's phone that they put in their pocket, and then they walk into that server room because they're an engineer. And you can spoof like a text message while you're hacked into that smartphone, and they'll take out the smartphone to look at it, and then you can go look through the cameras or something. But some of those things might raise suspicion. You guys have a smartphone and you turn on your camera. I know at least for Android you can see that little green symbol in the upper right to see that a camera is turned on. So everything can be suspicious. I want to take a look at some DEF CON talks about infiltrating Zigbee networks devices if you want a semi-realistic network topology for IoT networks, where toasters connected to the smart bulb in the bathroom. I'll let Kotspur think about that, because he's been in cybersecurity before. So I'm going to run this by him. He can tell me where we need to go deeper. I'm going to be his junior designer in this case. We need to find like a bit of a middle ground though, because we need to find out who do we want to make this game for. Hardcore, mid-core, casual, probably closer to mid-core, and then see how we can take some of these more complex cybersecurity ideas and make them more approachable and friendly. There are malware Blender files on Fiverr where dudes send you blend files as reference and they have hidden Python shit running. That's crazy. Yeah, the gamification of it. And I do think like GTFO does a pretty good job of gamifying that. Though different games have different requirements, right? Different audiences. Observations. What else do we want to make known about the network? Some of these will not be done for prototyping. These will be done for vertical. Like player should be able to script macros and run them. Maybe we can make macro slots part of progression. Because not only is that a form of progression, but it's a form of, what's the word? Like providing breadcrumbs, so you don't unlock too much stuff for the player at the start. What do you like about Notepad++ instead of just regular Notepad? Quite a few things, Angel Piece here. Also, hello. Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Forgot what day it is. I really like the language settings for opening up like scripts. Actually, I have one here. Like I have my PowerShell script for Spotify, which is really nice. And it's got some really nice diffing and other capabilities. So I can have like two versions of the same file open, so I can have like one part and another part that I'm editing. You can sync up scrolling too. There's a lot of features, and a lot of that I don't even use. Yeah, plus plus makes it special. Is it just quicker, you think, than just loading up, the fuck is that emote? Oh, VS Code or IDE? It is quicker than loading those up. Those are more powerful for sure, but if I'm just like making notes, I'll just do it in here. And Obsidian is useful too. They're both good, it's just I have so much more experience with Notepad++, so I just gotta use that. But I don't code in it. The only thing I did code in Notepad++ was my text-based RPG, The Crypts of Woe. But you could do that in another IDE as well. But there's no code comments in this either. Absolutely diabolical. Make and script macros and run them. Potentially being contextual based on device. Potentially contextual based on device. So in which case, if these are our main actions while in the network itself, we would want help and probably an optional command. Hey, Thano. Have you seen hackers? We need thick-ass documentation as skill books. We need to gamify it, though. We don't want to be, like, as crazy as Hacknet. I think I'll talk to Cuthbert about where he sees the hacking sitting in terms of complexity. But that also depends on who do we see playing our game. You know, what is our... Is it possible to play that Crypts of Woe? If you want to... Yes. 1 second. It is pretty difficult, though. Pretty challenging little game. Okay, type an exclamation point Crypts of Woe. You can get a download link to play it. It might, if you're on Windows, it might warn you because it's, you know, it's a batch file, but it's just a game. Just always open mind to new tools that I find are useful. One tool can change your life. It's true. True. I think there's so many alternatives to Notepad++ that I don't see anything Notepad++ does that you can't do elsewhere. But there are so many features that I don't use and don't know what they would do. So maybe there are some cool uses. There's, you know, lots of plugins. A lot of automatic language setups. Can you connect it to Git? I mean, maybe? There's custom plugins. So maybe. There's some official list of plugins. There are a lot. Git SCM. The linter. There's a lot of stuff. Stack Overflow answer, right? See network devices. Maybe just like a list. I should put in some info of what these do. Without optional command, lists all commands. With optional command, provides info and info about the command. Lists all attached network devices, local IP, and mostly for flavor, but you would use also that local IP for like doing certain things with that. Query information about network devices connected. Query local IP. Although I don't think that should be optional. With the command, when you list syntax, a non-optional thing here, what do you have to, what do you put for that? You don't use greater than and equal, less than signs, right? You use something else. What do you use? Like a list of all commands. Not really what I want though. And we do have options for slashes. Maybe you would just use the same setups. Second, I thought this was for shell. Most games require a wiki, a fanfic, an interactive map, and a website to beat, so even if you make it hard, the community around the game will be able to find a way to make it more digestible. Yeah, I mean, I agree that there are some games that have so much information that it would be nearly impossible or would require so much time and effort to make a reliable in-game way of having that. And the problem with the in-game way is it requires the developers to take time to do that. Which you could argue is their job, but also, you know, when you have a community-driven wiki, it's just everybody can provide that info and can provide info that is useful to them. Otherwise, the developers have to assume what information is useful to the player, even if there are additional uses that players find too, so I agree. I just don't like fandom. If we ever had like a wiki for our games, I would probably try to make it, I would find a way to host it and run it off of some open source software or something that isn't fandom. Fandom is horrible, horrible, horrible. I know the creator behind I think the Minecraft, it was something Goo. I think the Terraria wiki also uses it. Oops. No, that's fandom. Hold on. Who does it? Weird Gloop. Femdom. Now it's these guys. They host the RS, OSRS, Minecraft, League of Legends, Warframe, and Vampire Survivors wiki. And I think that they do a fantastic job. And I talked to the creator behind Weird Gloop, and he gave me some info on other software to use for wikis that wouldn't be fandom, because they also hate fandom. Here, we one for uBlock? Yeah, I hate ads. I don't run ads on our YouTube or Twitch either, because they're horrible. But I think that these wikis are really, really responsive. I think they're very well made. They're much more digestible and readable than fandom. I think Weird Gloop does a great job. Saria, thank you for the raid. How you guys doing?
Sariam raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Happy Wednesday. Ravenheart is trying to break away from Chromium. I highly recommend using, if you guys can get like a Pi, like a Raspberry Pi for really cheap, which they are pretty cheap. Like, I don't know, 50 bucks, you can get some pretty cheap ones, maybe even cheaper. Look into Pi-hole. So easy to, this is like one of the easiest things to set up that I've ever used, and is network-wide ad blocking. So even on your phones and such, because you can just route into the Pi-hole as your DNS. We were playing some Game Jam entries today. Oh, that's really cool. Hey, Emperor Pancake. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Talking about wikis. But it's kind of a chill day of just designing and figuring out what we want to do with our command line interface. Array local IP. Non-optional local. You know, let me ask Grok real quick. In a command prompt interface, when listing out the syntax for a command, let's say query, if I want the player to type query local IP, where the less than and greater than signs are omitted, of course. I think there's only one M. But the local IP is non-optional. How would that look? Oh, you do use angle brackets. It is a required parameter. What if it was an optional parameter? Oh, you use brackets instead of angle brackets. Okay. I see. Did you find any good game jam entries? What were you playing? Let's save this too. Okay, so we've handled get information on what commands I have available, see network devices, query information, remotely hack into network devices. I think rather than calling it like hack. Oh, if we query to non-optional local IP, lists all known information, well as security level. You could just say like connect. What if you could ping? What if the device was connected through, like, let's say Wi-Fi, and you could use ping to determine how far away. Like, it's not the most accurate, but I think that it provides a lot of gameplay opportunities to see, okay, I'm going to quickly do a ping to each of these, which is a very... It's not like this is a crazy thing to ask from the network. It's not really a... what's the word that I'm looking for? It's a very discrete action to ping a device. Emperor Pancake, thank you for the follow. Ping devices to see latency, distance. To network/router. I think querying too, if you query or you list, it should show local IP, connection type, wired, wireless. Saw a Batman style shader that would work well for ping. Can you share that with me? Because Kotspur and I were talking about that. By the way, I really like Grok. I think Grok is a great companion for learning. I think LLMs, if they're reliable, which is not a for sure thing, they can be a really good companion for learning, but they should never replace your own curiosity and challenge. And I think some people do use them for that. Like, hey, design me this system. Come on. What are you learning from that? Run commands remotely should require you to actually be in that. Well, first you'd have to connect. Maybe like control. Hold on. Control. Switch control to a device on the network. So this is where you actually move from pawn to pawn, and that's where you get the new access. So very much like how we have it currently in our project, which, by the way, we should upgrade to Unreal 5.6 since that came out yesterday, which we can do real quick. Hopefully he doesn't bitch at me. That all the time, like recently I did a comparison on Notepad++ just now. I was curious on what it can and can't do versus other apps. Use your LLM for further insight. LLMs really have, I think people who write off LLMs or don't integrate them into their lives right now are going to fall behind. But people also who hold it up as a replacement for thinking are definitely going to be in for I think a rough future. Because it can replace critical thinking for some people. And I think that's where the danger lies. I don't think that rebuild should fail. Hopefully not. Otherwise, I'll just get Cutsper to do it. It's not, it can replace, it already did for some people. I know some IRL examples. Yeah. I know some people like that too. They'll just treat it like God. Kind of scary. So far though, ChatGPT in recent versions has gotten so unreliable for me. And Grok has been doing better, but you know, you kind of have to switch between them as they get better and better. What I like about Grok though is how it can, in almost real time, scour Twitter, which is pretty nice for certain things. Bad at handling Docker, but even Docker has an LLM now. Jesus, everything has one. It's gonna be the new subscription services. Weren't you already at the end, progress bar? Nice, no issues, cool. Unreal 5.6 got some major performance upgrades last night, which is why I am immediately switching to it. It's not even a question. Where's their patch notes? Got some more Lumen optimizations. Render parallelization. That's huge. Very huge. VSM optimizations. First-person rendering. In Unreal 5.6, first-person rendering is now beta. The first-person rendering method prevents player hands and weapons from clipping into in-world objects, and includes a separate field of view, which means developers can specify FOV that differs from the rest of the world for their first-person assets. That's awesome. Because that was something you usually had to make yourself to prevent clipping. That's so cool. New GPU profiling. The performance increase is fantastic. That's awesome. Yeah, they didn't have the preview for very long, did they? I think this is one of their shortest previews that they've ever had. I feel like it just came out and then they're like, oh yeah, and 5.6 is now fully out. Better geometry streaming. Honestly, huge. World bookmarks. A world bookmark is an asset you can share or keep locally. The camera transforms an FOV. Data layer states and editor context are all saved into world bookmarks. That's really awesome. That's so cool because they used to have camera bookmarks, but I think that they were local. Being able to share data layer loading and which volumes are loaded is so awesome. Breaking to 5.4 to build 5.5 laid out a lot of the groundwork for 5.6. I think so too. Using AI without you having the least bit of knowledge to identify hallucinations is pretty dangerous. People that just take everything it spews as facts is not great. Yeah, I had a boss who was using early ChatGPT to do, like when it was like 3-year-old data sets that it was trained on, was using it to do market analysis for games. I don't want to talk about that. There's been a serious hot take, but I think Fortnite fell off when they focused their game too heavy on Unreal Engine. I think Fortnite kind of fell off when they started to think about the metaverse instead of actually just making a good game. I know that's subjective, but that's my subjective take. Where is it? Scan effect. Oh, it's pretty cheap. Yeah, this might be really nice. Thanks for sharing this, Journey Cloud. I'll send that over to Cuthbert. Really appreciate that. Hey, so Fanny. This is just like all optimizations. It's literally like all quality of life and optimizations. There are very few, if any, features. I'm really glad to see that. Celestial Vault. Oh, nice. Okay, accurate positions of sun, moon, and planets, stars, deep sky. Cool, cool. A lot of stuff for artists, so that's not me because they're smart and I'm not. Metahuman. More PCG stuff. Better performance. Virtual production. Jesus. Biggest new feature is the license changes to metahumans. Yeah, that. I did not expect that last night. That was pretty crazy. Lost state tree changes too. Cool to see. What did they do? Get content from Fab. It's not working. I'm glad to see that yet another version of Unreal has come out and the Fab plugin still doesn't function properly. What did I expect? You just get over 1,000 FPS in max settings with 3090. Lucky if I can get it to run at 200 FPS. Why do you run the game without VSync though? That's the real question. Non-optional local IP connects you into, let's say attempts to connect you. Into the device. to remotely send commands to it. Abbas had 0 issues, but we build from source. Oh, you do your own custom engine build? You did run into VSync? Are we getting 1,000 FPS running at VSync? Or were you just checking how much FPS you got and then turn on VSync? Sorry, I might have misinterpreted that. Remotely remove devices from network. Right side movement, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. Thank you for the raid today.
Brightside Movement raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Happy Wednesday. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. To me, typing in Notepad++ for the whole day. It's gonna be kind of boring, but we're talking about some fun stuff. We're having a good one, a good old stream. I hope you had a great stream. How you doing, Lidfield? Man is a known beater, like Kirito from Sao? Huh? What are you talking about? Disconnect. Yeah, we can do disconnect. You don't even need a local IP. We'll just say attempts to disconnect you from a device if you're remotely connected. Very solid stream, just working on the Pizza Shop Tower Defense game. I love it. Good to see you guys today. There's such a nice community of game devs here on Twitch. Let me check one thing. Okay. Disconnect. Upload, download files and software from connected devices. See, I feel like this is once you're connected, this is more of like a universal command for other devices, and it's not really a network command. I guess upload, well. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Because you would have to specify directories. That one could get tricky. See, I'm thinking that if we do context like this, let's say you're connected into a device. We can say Gisal Trami, thank you for the follow. Sorry if I mispronounced her name. You like upload file path or just file. Local IP path. And path itself would be really simple things like just documents, and that would go to the device's documents folders. AC Spawn, video game music is 99% percussion. What do I even say to that? Of all the first time chat messages, I like that one. You've stumped me, sir. Documents. Would you prefer woodwinds? I mean, do we feel like saying that as the path instead of, you know, C users. Like, what do you think would be preferable for this kind of game? Just specifying documents and it goes into the usual documents folder, or actually having to write out the top? Doesn't matter. That's the real question. Doesn't matter to the gameplay. Prefer it all not to sound samey. I mean with music? I don't feel like this song is very percussion-y. Do we get to print off the documents on a dot matrix printer in our base and hand deliver them? I think it would be cool to send documents to a printer. Absolutely. The thing is, you know, everything that like this makes the AI need to be more and more complex, which could be pretty difficult to handle. Because it's so easy to say, yes, you can print off documents, which is easy to do. But then how does the AI react to that? Like, what do you print off, and how does an AI, an NPC react to that? You could just show like a generic set of text or picture on there, and then the data that's actually on there is dependent on what you print off. So I guess it could be done. So like if you print off a paper showing like an email that indicates somebody has been cheating or whatever, then it's just going to show generic text, but when you like hover over it, it's going to say this is what that document holds. And then the AI can figure out, okay, this is a message and it's about this person. Does my NPC data or my personality make me want to go and talk to this person about it? You guys like your sounds? Printed paper that says dick butt on it. It'd be kind of funny if you could print off stuff that says random messages. And we could and we could do generic reactions to it. So like the NPCs might look at it, and if it has like a swear word or something, it could be pretty funny. Carmen San Diego, are you gonna mission synopsis? What if you printed off a piece of paper that says, I am hacked into your Wi-Fi. Be afraid. You're next. God, that would just be really complex though from a data perspective. Especially if people are playing in like non-English. This is anime music? This is from a game. This is from Octopath Traveler. I think either 1 or 2. This is 1. Easier thing to implement is just to let the player send a print loop to the printer, letting NPCs deal with a faulty printer that isn't stopping. So each device should have its own like actions that you can do, and those will then have different responses. I do like the idea of printing files to the printer, but I think this is a way more complex thing. Like it's an easy thing to say, but then you have, okay, what can you print? How should NPCs react to what you can print? Can you print custom things? They have specific programming languages or plugins people use for Japanese or Russian text. Sometimes yes, you can program in other languages, but most people program in English, even if they're non-English. I don't know how the upload and download should work though. What if you have like file slots on your network? Again, this could be tied into progression. And so you can hold files intermediately between devices. So if you have device 1 and device 2 and the network, you move files like this rather than like this. But I don't know, it just doesn't make much sense. I feel like you should be able to go like that. Or even without connecting to the first one, you can just do it remotely and send the file over. Data cap, not file number cap. Oh, I like that. I do like the idea of a data cap. That's interesting. File sluts. You only write in assembly. Yeah, you seem like somebody who only writes in assembly, huge cookie. Just imagine Japanese text code. Firmware let the player update things to compromised versions, unlocking unintended behavior or something similar. Ooh. Okay, how do we gamify that? Because I really like that. Like if you see like CCTV camera software version 1.22 and you know that it has a certain vulnerability, but remote update to a certain vulnerability, to certain software versions. Oh, I fucking like that. What is the goal for what for file size? Like, what are you trying to keep it under? I don't know. We're just kind of like thinking of ideas. I like the idea of vulnerable firmware. I feel like that would be a lot of memory for the player to keep in mind. A lot for the player to remember. Oh, I do like it though. Okay, what about this? What about this? Stream chef. What about this idea? The player can load custom software, either already present or persisting between levels, each with their own functions and syntax. Let's take the CCTV for example. Version 1.22. What if through progression you can bring in a newer version of CCTV and you can... Adam, thank you for the raid with 181 people.
raided the stream with 181 viewers.
Holy Jesus. Hi guys. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some design today. Figuring out some design of a command prompt where you can hack into other devices. What's the premise here? You can type an !game to see a rough summary of the game that we're working on. We're only 3 days in, so we have a lot to work on. Adam, thank you so much for the raid. Insignia. Is this what you guys are working on? Oh, that's really cool. Awesome, awesome. Were you guys doing a dev stream too? I like the character portraits. Those are very pretty. I will 100% wishlist this. Are you guys going to be on the new Next Fest, or is it still a bit too early for that? Thank you for sharing that. Then all the coding, art, and music. Wow. That's not easy. I'm not an artist and I'm not a musician. I just do design and I can do some coding. That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you again for the raid. Hope you guys are having a good Wednesday. So the idea, if you're still here, Stream Chef, I know you probably had to go. If the player can load custom software, what if you can bring in an updated version of the CCTV camera software, which maybe introduces some vulnerabilities, but also some features. So as a means of progression, you can not only upgrade the CCTV software with new features, but also with vulnerabilities that make it easier to hack or something. Oh, he has a music person, okay. Yeah, can't do it all. I like working with other people, so being a solo dev is not something that I'm very good at. Have you ever played Hacknet or Quadrilateral Cowboy? Somebody else mentioned Quadrilateral Cowboy, and I'm going to check that out. What is the game about? Is it a coding game? It's very much, we're only 3 days into prototyping, so keep in mind when you see this, that this is just a very rough representation of some of the features that you have available to you. Switching between devices, Hitman style, hacking into different things, switching between camera angles for like the smartphone. And avoiding suspicion. So you are a rogue AI infecting the network, trying to assassinate your targets, or obtain information, or cause chaos. And we were just testing out how it felt to switch between different positions and move throughout the level in this way. And I think it's kind of nice. It's gonna be like hacking puzzles, yes, but we want hacking to be done through a command line interface and not through like a UI widget or something. It's a little similarity, but you have a laptop, you run commands to connect to things in the level like locks and turrets. Yeah, it'd be very similar to that. You can also just, you know, like hack directly into, for instance, like this PC. Or the cameras. Or if you're in the network, you can use the command line to remotely operate things. Like for instance, if you want to turn off the computer remotely, let's just pretend this is the command line. You would open up a command line and be like, you know, query the devices on the network, figure out which local IP this computer is, and then you could send commands to it remotely. And that would maybe distract somebody, right? If they were using that computer, it would shut off on them and they would be distracted. Maybe start looking around, something like that, right? It's like Scud, the disposable assassin, where Slef preservation is the point. Turning Cog, you gotta fix some of those words for me. It says Watch Dogs Indie Edition. Watch Dogs, but better. Oh, we're self-preservation, yes. So you don't want to get caught. If you get caught and they expel you from the network, it's game over. But for instance, there might be multiple networks throughout the level. So you might have to, you know, take control of a robot, move into range of another network, and hack into that as a means of escape or to avoid detection. But that could mean that they reinforce the network that you were currently in. So your goal when you start the level is just to observe. Try not to do anything too, you know, too distracting, too weird. You know, you can look around in cameras. Nobody really looks at cameras anyway. We should just say, okay, I can see my target moving around here. He's got a phone on him. How can I get him distracted? How could I get him to move to another location? You know, there's this little, you know, alcove over here. So maybe I could pull him in over here by sending a message, you know, about this computer, or bringing him over here somehow. Plague Inc., but a botnet instead of a biological virus. I like that description. And for right now, I just made a little mini game where you have to move through the level and click the red boxes. Just to see how it feels to move through the level. So right now I'm trying to figure out the commands and the syntax and what actions the player would want to do from the network. So connecting to, remotely hack into network devices, see the network devices, query information, upload and download files to and from each other, ping devices to see latency, which would be a good way to measure distance. So you can see an IP, you can see that it's really far away, you don't know what it is, you can try to query it, you can try to hack into it. But of course, this might be very easily noticed, right? If somebody's on a computer and you're trying to hack into it, they might see a command prompt open up, or they might see some weird things happening. That raises suspicion, they might, alert other people, and then they're gonna come after the base network. I like the data cap. I like the data cap idea. Software might be device upgrades, which could lower security or have security vulnerabilities. And or we could even do downgrades, upgrades / downgrades. So you trade features for better security. That's a good trade-off, which could have security vulnerabilities and or feature addition / removal. So like maybe you downgrade your CCTV cameras, which makes them harder to notice if you're doing like some weird movements, but they can't zoom in and out. So it makes it harder to see, maybe find information on like a post-it note or something. Good question. Is that a black P and blue hexagon of application you have there? PureRef and DB Visualizer? It's just PureRef, but it's the new version of PureRef. And this is just grok, because I was asking about some command line. Oh, Athano, type in ! Crypts of Woe, no spaces. And then you can download and play one of my first games I made. Hacking button CC. Download malware. Yeah, I don't know how the upload and download should work. I feel like you could do it remotely from upload file local IP path. But maybe there's also upload local IP file local IP path. Local IP 1, or let's say local IP source local IP, destination local IP. The blue hexagon? What's the blue hexagon application? Oh, this one, this is plastic. This is our source control that we use for our games. Sorry, I completely did not understand what you were asking about. You don't get to shoot anyone in this game. You could hack into a robot that has a gun and remotely fire the gun. You can absolutely kill people, and it could probably get pretty brutal depending on the methods that you use to kill. But you don't get to pull a trigger unless maybe you could hack into the robot itself and then walk around and fire the gun. So it's all contextual based on what you're hacked into it at that point in time. But maybe there's like a military base where you do have access to hack into military grade equipment and remotely set them off, or just directly set them off. You make an open Git repo instead? I could do that. I haven't thought about that. So I can shoot Ted from IT. You could absolutely blow Ted from IT's brains out. He is an asshole. He doesn't deserve to live. Why don't you find a way to suck him into the toilet or something? Yeah, he has a pacemaker. Hack into his pacemaker. Spoof a text that his wife has been cheating on him and make him jump out of the window. If you can dream it, you can do it. I feel like upload and download in this case are the same thing. Maybe we could just call it transfer. Keep it simple. He blacklisted YouTube. So is that application private? This one? No, you can download this. This is called Plastic SCM. It's version control software that has a lot of integration with different engines. And it's got a relatively decent free version for it. But I really like its branch viewer. It's very nice. And change set viewers and such. And then for Unreal, we have integration with that directly. So I can just like check things out. Revert them. Diff them. Nice and easy. Any reason why you're not using Obsidian or Notion instead of Notepad? I like Notepad, personally. I haven't had good feelings about Notion, but Obsidian I've heard is pretty nice. I used to be a modder for games, and I had to use Notepad to mod the game, so I just kind of got used to it. Transfer. Transfers files from devices to other devices can be used while in network or while in other devices. I mean, if you're in like a CCTV which wouldn't have camera, well, it could have a file because it would have like, maybe you could take screenshots. Or it sends them to like some server, some CCTV server that you would then have to grab the screenshot from. We'll worry about that later. That's low level design I don't want to worry about right now. Obsidian is nice. You can work on something with your phone too and upload it to Git once connected online again. Like say you're in the middle of nowhere on a plane. That's pretty cool. I do like that. We use uTrack, which we would probably use again for our knowledge base. And this is probably what we'll continue to use. This is my development phases documentation for our company. I really like uTrack. What's good about uTrack? uTrack is like Jira, but you get every single feature in it for free. Whereas Jira, you have to pay for extra features. uTrack does have price tiering, but in the free version compared to the paid version, there's no feature differences. And you get 1 to 10 users for free, which is great. So it's just way better. It's way better than Jira. You also have a lot of customization too for like running custom code and customizing what you want on like cards. It is a little bit more difficult, I think, to learn than Jira, but it is way more featureful than Jira. And cheaper. This was our old board. Okay, upload, download files. I think that looks pretty good. Ping devices to see latency. Ping. Returns millisecond ping info, which can help indicate distance to network. Wired, wireless will have different ranges, but ultimately work the same way. I don't know if we want to do like it shows you like where in the level it is, kind of like GTFO. We'll see. Should be able to hack into Ted from IT's camera, allowing me to see his passwords on a sticky note because ironically he has piss poor OPSEC that allows this allow me to gain access to the entire system, which all leads to Ted from IT being fired. That would be really funny. You ever use Sentry? No, I haven't used Sentry. I don't know what Sentry is. Switch control. What if you could give, while in the network mode, what if you could give local IPs nicknames to be able to use them a little bit easier? Rename local IPs with alpha numeric names to give them nicknames, which can be used in place of local IPs or commands. That way, if you have like a local IP for the CCTV in a bathroom, okay, well there shouldn't be a CCTV camera in the bathroom, but let's pretend that there is one. Then you could rename that like CCTV_bathroom or something. Automatically tracks and reports errors in your code. Oh, I don't make errors in my code. Yeah, I've never made a bug in my life, so I wouldn't need that. No, that does sound nice. Optional parameter. Errors in my code, right? I had a programming professor tell us that we shouldn't write a single line of code until it was theoretically bug-free. It seems like a really good way to get coders to never write any code. That's like saying you shouldn't write anything. Like if you're a writer, you shouldn't write any sentence until it's absolutely perfect. Yeah, so that professor never wrote anything, right? Yeah. I feel like that's such bad advice. I get the point of him saying but That's such horrible advice. I can just delete this like non-optional local IP then. Attempts to control, pawn possess the device. Will be prompted with hack if device is secured. Which I think for the most part, many of them will. It just depends. I think there are methodologies that can help to limit the number of bugs. There's a lot of people in game dev that don't do testing, like team-wide testing, just because it wastes time, and usually game development is so strict on timelines that there is really just no leeway. If you're not working on a milestone, then you're not going to get money. Unfortunately, this comes at the cost of the game actually being stable and functional. This is the world we live in. Here's the thing, if we have control, connect, and disconnect, how do you return to the network? I guess we could contextually use disconnect in the same way, so that if you are connected into a device, disconnect will first attempt to disconnect you from the device that you're connected into. And secondly, if you are in the device and you say disconnect, it's going to revert you back to control of the network. Attempts to return you to the network if you're disconnecting from a device you're controlling. Because you might be in the CCTV camera, like this one, right? But remotely hacking into the computer from the CCTV, since you're on the same network. And if you obtain access to it and you, I don't know, turn it off, then you would disconnect, which would just disconnect you from the computer. And then if you typed it again, you would disconnect and go back to that server view or the network view. Game dev's out of your scope. You have the right mindset though, Angel Piecer, from our minimal amounts of talking. You would think that people, you know, working in the industry for 10 years at CD Projekt Red or something, or some other big AAA company, would be already vetted and proven to be good teammates and have the right, you know, way of thinking in order to succeed. But a lot of them, they get hung up on their laurels. They don't need to prove themselves anymore because so many people will just assume, oh, you worked on Witcher 3. That means that you must know what you're talking about and you must perform excellent work. Usually, sometimes this is not the case. They walk around, they think that the world will want to sniff their rose-smelling farts. But people don't. Rename local IPs with alphanumerical names to give them nicknames. Can be used in place of local IPs for commands. Okay. Rename. Local IP. Or nickname. What if there's an or parameter, such as local IP or device nickname? Oh, use a pipe, okay. I see. That's kind of cool that that's how it works. You can bring that to game dev, just that in the industry it really depends on the studio and team and how they do things, but most won't bother. Ego is a problem in this industry. It echoes even harder on social media. Yeah, there's a lot of ego problems in game dev. I thought you were a high schooler this entire time. I'm 30. I appreciate that. Thank you. But I am 30. I've got like 12 years in the industry. I'm glad that I still look young though. I think that's gonna crash, and it's gonna crash hard in the next maybe 5 to 10 years. Which technically, in any case where we have a local IP, it should also say device nickname. I think there's a difference between self-confidence and ego. I 100% agree. I think that self-confidence can sometimes be mistaken for ego, and ego can be mistaken for self-confidence. Hard to know sometimes. Filbert, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. It's really hard to control your ego in game dev. Ego's not fine, we have to wake up. I'm not saying ego is fine. I'm saying that there's a lot of vulnerability in a lot of these tech industries that are really competitive because you feel like you can be replaced. So sometimes you have to pretend. Sometimes juniors pretend that they know what they're doing as a way to hide those vulnerabilities because they don't want to be fired. Which it's very toxic, but I understand why it exists. As you get higher in the industry, you don't feel as replaceable, so some of that vulnerability kind of gets shaved away. It's really, really hard. I'm the best in the world at controlling my ego and humility. Man, I wish I was you, Big Imp. You seem to have it under control. Okay, this works. Well, destination local IP or source local IP or source device nickname. It's gonna be kind of a big one. I had big ego problems when I got into the industry. I really, really did. I felt that vulnerability. I felt like I was on top of the world. Horrible. Never again. Okay. Put that here. Looks good. Some programmers have big egos. I've worked with a lot of designers that have big egos, and I was once one of those people, and then I worked for somebody with an even worse problem, and I was like, oh shit. So this is what it feels like to work with me. That makes a lot of sense. I think I changed for the better after that. Attempts to rename a local IP or device nickname with a new one. Okay, so these are base commands that we would have within the terminal itself. Help, list, query, connect, disconnect, transfer, ping, control, rename. This would allow the player to get information on what commands I have available, or get information on command parameters and uses is a good way to put it. See network devices, query information about network devices connected, remotely hack into network devices, run commands remotely for network devices, remotely remove devices from network. Oh, we don't have that. We kind of have disconnect. Connect and disconnect. Do we want to... how do we want to do this? We like remove from network, but that's pretty long. Couldn't you kind of destroy your game though doing that? I mean, it's the player's choice. I suppose that they could, because if you like start in the network and you see all the local IPs and you push all of them off the network, what happens? You just lose? I guess that's okay. I mean, it's the same as if you go into Hitman and you just fire your gun. Like, what did you expect was going to happen? Maybe it could be like remove. We can always change it later. Plus, some NPCs might then go up and try to reconnect it, right? So it would just be a temporary. Attempts to remove a device from the network. NPC or automated system might reconnect device. Capitalize might, because some of them might turn off permanently, nobody notices it. Okay, remotely remove devices from network, upload download files and software from connected devices, ping devices to see latency, which also indicates distance to network or router, switch control to a device on the network, rename local IPs with alphanumeric names to give them nicknames, which can be used in place of local IPs for commands. There should be a basic network software that is inherently present, similar to running command prompt. The player can load custom software either already present or persisting between levels, each with their own functions and syntax. Software might be device upgrades, downgrades, which could have security vulnerabilities and or feature addition removal. I really like that idea. Network connections are unknown until the player discovers what they are, so see local IPs but not what device that is. Player can obtain device information through queries, physical scans, and observations. Player should be able to script macros and run them, potentially contextual, based on device. So like make macro slots part of progression. And I think that we have the right showing here of commands. Optional parameters, required or parameters. For now. We might have more, you know, because this is just like the base syntax. Then what do you have per device, right? So if you can remotely control a CCTV camera, what could you get that CCTV camera to do? Maybe take a screenshot, which would then be uploaded into the file server for the CCTV cameras. Maybe you could make it move left to right. You could connect it or disconnect it, turn it on or off. Get it to zoom in or out. Will there be a lot of levels? It's a very modular game, so we see there being as many levels as we can make and there being budget and time for. But we do want levels to be very very similar to Hitman, where they're very deep. There's a lot of different possibilities, a lot of different ways to take out your enemies. Little hidden stuff to explore, different challenges to do. So, you know, like taking out an enemy by dropping a toaster in the bathtub. Take out Tom from IT, or whatever his name was, Ted from IT, by dropping a toaster in the bathtub. It's like, okay, well, how do we get Ted into the bathtub? Fucking Ted. It's always Ted. It would be nice if you have a mission where you have to hack the coffee machine at security to get them locked away from screens and are only allowed to move the cams in the time they're distracted. Or get them to look away from screens. Have to hack the coffee machine and get security to get them to look away from the screens. That could be pretty interesting. There's a lot of possibilities with this type of game.
Shiitake?
Good question. Now the problem with our prototype here is that we've created one pretty easy to understand device, which is the CCTV camera. The complex ones would be the computer and the smartphone, because there's so many commands that you could do with a smartphone or a computer. And you would even have access to the file system, maybe access to the desktop, so we'd have to spoof a fake desktop, you know, with a bit of software into things, all the different connections that computer might have. Integrate a level builder and the community would go nuts. Our budget might not be able to afford a level builder, but it would be cool. We'd have to have like IO interactive level of budget to do something like that, or even more. Okay, I could throw command syntax into here if we want. IO interactive. Well, I'm not saying that we have to be them. For anyone, by the way, who might be new, we are Microraptor Games. We are an indie studio. We're looking to start things up and get our games made. And we're transparency, collaboration, and ethics-based. No NFTs, no blockchain, no bullshit, no microtransactions, no day one DLC, no pay for convenience, anything that intends to, no premium currencies, no in-game cash shops. Nothing that can dupe, con, or take advantage of our community and players. Why is that so big? How is that 16 in size, but this is 16 in size? The hell? Ooh. Ever use any VMs for Linux? No, but I have used VMs before. I haven't done much with Linux. I've only used Raspberry Pis. But does that include people more than you? Yes. So we are kind of 3 people right now. One of them is looking for a job at the moment and has quite a bit of free time to help. The other one, my friend Cuthbert, has a full-time job, so he doesn't have too much time to help. And I am full-time doing this as my job. Imagine getting credit card info of a target through Starbucks, open Wi-Fi, and send him an Amazon device that's pre-hacked to get into his house. That'd be wild. Only asked because I was curious if you have your games on Linux. We haven't released a game as a studio yet, but I have worked on 3 previously released titles: Darkest Dungeon, Train Life, and Forever Skies. You know, we'll say command syntax, just like initial. And just for the network. Time to advertise CC. Yeah, we did have a game that we were working on for 2 years, but we couldn't get publisher funding for it. It's a pretty big game in terms of scope. We were hoping to find some funding to start pre-production, and we'll finish pre-production and then start actual production on the vertical slice. But we weren't able to get funding for that. Mainly because we weren't an established team. So this for in-game commands? Yes. Yeah, this is for in-game commands. And this is just for the network, so each device would have its own syntax and commands too. And maybe we'll put like, we'll do that. You know what, we're gonna write CCTV commands here. The CCTV will be really simple, but it would be nice if we could think of like two devices at least, 3 optimally. Without optional command, lists all commands for device. With optional command, provides info about that command. We would have... Let's just list them here. On, off, zoom. We could either do like shot or screenshot. I think screenshot's gonna be the most understandable. I hate you, Blizzard. It's a good game. It's just it's a prototype, you know. I'll show you guys who are new. This was the game that we were working on for a couple years. I liked it. I still like it. I think it's fun. I think it has a lot of awesome gameplay. It's an entire open world RPG based on alchemy where you help NPCs and give them potions, change their fates. A whole bunch of cool stuff. Kick a beach ball around. It was fun. But we're going to come back to it in the future when we have a larger team. This is just a prototype. I thought you never would have found you. It was a hell of a ride. I'm sure someday we'll see it. I learned a lot from this. We made some really good progress with this. I met some great people. It's a setback, not a failure. Alright, what can we do with this CCTV? On, off, zoom, screenshot. I mean, I guess we could remotely move it. Or like turn on or off the swivel? Have you considered Mega Grant? Yes, I have. The thing is, I agree with publishers when they say that it will be very difficult, especially here in Poland, to scale up from 1 to 26, let's just say 30 people, in the span of 9 months. Even with what we're paying, the lack of an established name adds a lot of risk for people wanting to join our team. Swivel on, off. Should we just do like a number, like a percentage? What are you typing, man? Half the Twitch chat could join part-time. Yeah, but there's a certain... To make a game of that scope, you do need a certain level of understanding of like the basics. Because it is an open world game. It requires good understanding of the art side, of optimizing all of that. Knowing how to use different editors within there. And then somebody has to control it, right? If I'm trying to educate somebody on how to use Nanite and stuff properly, I feel like I should know what I'm talking about. Because if I don't, I can't help this person. And I might provide them with wrong info. So, you need good leaders, right? And good, let's just say middle management. 1 hour of Joey tutorials? Yeah, but I don't know that much. Anything art related, I suck at. I can't help with that. So we would at least need a really competent art director who could handle that side of things. It would just be difficult. So I think instead we're going to scale up the company more naturally and remain independent and not seek any publisher funding. Because they're not very smart people. They don't like risk. They don't like boldness. What they like is fat wallets. Without any of the actual work. Hey Nixie, on off zoom screenshots. Well, is there anything else you would want from this? I do want to manually control the swivel. Okay, technically, somebody help me out here with the art side of things. We have a camera, right? And let's just pretend that we're looking into it. Which one is the X and which one is the Y axis? Is this X and Y? Or is it the other way around? X is horizontal, Y is vertical. Okay. So we could try set swivel. We can change this later too, I just need something like placeholder. XY number. Fake screen on off? You take a screenshot and pretend to be watching guys that's still nothing that you changed. What do you mean by that? Does not disconnect from network. Steps 1 through 100 or number. Sets zoom level. Normalize number and blurb between min and max. And like you can fake the picture the bad guys are seeing. Oh, I see what you mean. I feel like that would be custom software. But I like the idea of it. That would be some like custom software that you could inject into the network or inject into the CCTV. Which might add or remove maybe more contextual commands. We shall see. I think you have like devices. Okay, so you have like network. And then devices in that. I feel like while you're inside the network, you can run network programs. In devices, can run device programs. But I do like the idea of being able to spoof camera feed. If somebody's actually watching it, right? Because it might just be a system where nobody's watching the CCTV cameras at that time. But if something is noticed, then somebody would go check it out. Will this be point or time based how much you can activate, deactivate in these systems? What do you mean? I think I understand what you're asking. But I will ask for clarification. Current camera view and uploads it to the camera server. Turns on automatic swiveling, movement of camera if it supports it. Like you have 10 points and each action costs X points and you only get them after time back or through special doings. Yeah, so that's what we're thinking, is that there's some actions that are, especially like remote actions, like if you are hacked into the CCTV and want to turn off the computer or do something on the computer but remotely through the CCTV, this remote hacking might require that resource. Yeah, like you can just visualize as hacking stamina. And maybe stamina regenerates slowly over time, or like you said, through special actions. Maybe there are ways to boost it permanently or boost it temporarily. So that way, if we have like a robot here who has a gun, you know, you could remotely hack into it and move it, or you could just hack into it directly and move it. But it's safer because then, you know, if something happens, you're over here and that robot is over there. But also you could like hack into, you know, you could hack into the robot and move it, see through its eyes to then visualize another camera. There is some depth that could be achieved here. Well, we want to try to keep things a little bit more simpler for now. Look at how the NPC is the iPhone 30 that flies always beside your ear, way better than smart glasses. Yeah. Technology. Gets crazy. Should we have like a negative 100 to 100? For either axis. Zero is centered. For either axis. I do like the idea that you have to think in quadrants. If you're remotely hacking into a camera and you want to set its position, you have to kind of think, okay, you know, I have to think of which directions, which axes am I wanting to move and how far. Could be cool. Manually adjust the camera's angular position. Normalize number between negative 100 and 100. Then lerp between min, max, values for that axis, which should be very doable. Should be very, very doable. Very easy to do. On ratings that will get the nerds on board. Want to have to type pi when I move the cam. Man, you really hate players, don't you? Mr. Phoebo. How's it going? System break command interface. I'll save that. You're still at TwitchCon. A pretty girl convinced me to stay. Oh, that's pretty nice. Figure everything out will help people to learn a bit or give bad reviews instead. Why does that do that? Why does it... Oh, there we go. I figured it out. Okay. What other device could we add to this that would be not too difficult? Because again, I can think of a computer and the commands that you would have available, but it would be really, really, really massive. And I think that that's something that I think would take a long time to figure out. CCTV is easy. What are some other simple devices? Of course, there's like a coffee maker, but I want something with a little bit more utility to it. What about a little cleaning robot? What about like a robot? Something that you could actually move around. That could be doable. Some of these are just kind of the same, like on or off. Use the robot you sent 2 days ago? The one in general chat? Would the CCTV have audio? Out of curiosity. We're having pints with Dan? What, Dan Clancy? He wasn't busy gooning to ASMR? The Roborock Saros Z70? Oh, some crazy Roomba. Dan Clancy, you're bar hopping? That's crazy. That's pretty wild. Did you ask him why he doesn't ban certain people from Twitch? Sir, why do you allow terrorist propaganda on your site? You know, I think that the CCTV could have microphone. What did you learn about this platform? What can you spill? We'll do camera on, off. Yeah, did you tell him to send those view bots my way? No, we don't view bot. We just embed a 1 pixel by 1 pixel frame of our stream into all of your game wikis. He totally front pages his friends though. People just message him and he's like, so that's how Frogan gets on the front page. Only supported if the CCTV has a microphone, of course. So, and the way this works is that if you are in the network itself, so you don't have access to see through the camera, or you are remoting into the camera, you would then have like, I don't know, a network. Oh my god, I just butchered that. Network, CCTV, or, you know, the local IP of like, and then your commands, you know, ... Or a local nickname. So maybe you nickname this to CCTV Office 1 or something. Got in one fight with a streamer? What the hell was going on? That sounds a bit too crazy for me. Only conventions I've been to were pretty much just game dev conventions. Like GDC, Gamescom. Never been to PAX. Maybe then we could have like a recording function. Record. And parameters would be optional. Number. Accepts optional parameter. Or number of seconds. Recording though? Fuck. This sounds cool. But recording in game? That might be really difficult to implement. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB. Enjoy the music. Ooh, kind of hot in here. Open up the window. But all the bees and wasps. You want to implement a porn janitor level where you compromise this dude? Okay, a bit of backstory for people who don't know. We had a game idea. If you're familiar with Viscera Cleanup Detail, imagine that. But instead of cleaning up after, you know, FPS levels and whatnot, you're cleaning up after porn shoots. All the clothes, the fluids, the weird things, the kinky stuff, the toys. You clean all that up with your friends, and then you have to prepare the next filming to it. Yeah, the impacts. You have to prepare the studio for the next film that's going to be done. So put out all the toys, put out all the, you know, get the chains connected to the hooks in the basement. It was a dumb idea. I had it while drunk, if you could imagine that. Heard that a Hollow Knight Silk Song should shadow drop at Summer Games Fest. It'd be pretty cool. Hasn't it been like 6 years though? Could we actually record? I mean, we can play videos. I guess we could make recordings. I feel like there is. Ooh, new free content today as well. We'll check that out. There's like time control. I mean, I guess recording could take in and replay. That'd be so difficult though. I like the idea. I think that implementing it for the team size that we have, that's not on the table. Not for now, at least. Save it for the sequel. We'll keep it real time. Okay, just switch out camera and microphone. I'm hoping that these commands are just really simple to understand for the player. Like, you might have, there will be a learning curve for each new device that you hack into. But I'm hoping that a lot of them are very simple to figure out. What are our free assets, by the way? Brushify Desert Mountain Pack, Ultimate Spell System, Sci-Fi Troopers Collection. Well, that one might be quite useful for us. They're a bit hardcore, but they look good. Spell system is quite nice as well. And you know, the Desert Mountains pack could be quite useful for like a backdrop or a Mars mission or something. Looks pretty nice. I saved $1,000. Nice. Because I do not have $1,000. Beautiful. Alright, the cleaning robot commands. This assumes that you're hacked into the cleaning robot. Like you might be hacked into it, you might be using it. You know, it can move around. It's a little car. It can turn left and right. It can reverse. It can go forward. So very much like we have set swivel and zoom, you should be able to tell it to move forward. I mean, if it can turn though, it's kind of a weird thing of, do we allow the player to almost assembly script a macro or just do it line by line to get the robot to move forward by a certain amount, a certain distance, turn by like degrees? It would be pretty cool. It's definitely doable. So maybe it is more like a, what's the term, if anybody of you know, where the wheels are on different axes? Or not axes, axles maybe is the right word. I'm gonna spit out a whole bunch of shit that I don't know very much about. And you can move one forward and the other in reverse to rotate the object in place. Kind of like Roombas have, right? And if you don't know, we can just ask Grok. Moonwalk? I don't think it's called moonwalking. Is there a term for a movement system like a Roomba where one wheel can turn forward and another in reverse to rotate the Roomba in the spot? Differential steering. That's what that means? I never knew that's what that was. Interesting. I always heard that term before, but I never knew that's what it meant. So the robot would have differential steering, and it would make it much easier to control from like a logical programming perspective, because then you could just write a script. Okay, move 1 meter forward, rotate 30 degrees, move 1 meter forward, and you could kind of figure out how to script the robot to do some crazy shit remotely. Are you able to write logic scripts with if cases? Like simple state machines would be nice. Robots these days have tons of sensors. Post-release update sequel, I think, for that, because that would add a lot of complexity, but it would be cool. Do we want to like turn on or off just the robot? You see how this always bashing AI dude uses AI all day for the record only? Who? What? Is always bashing AI dude? Oh, me? So? I read that as always, not always. I'm using it to help teach me, not to do the game's design for me. I wouldn't have known what differential drive meant if I didn't look it up with it. He's not bashing AI, he's trying to learn some bash scripting. Yeah, when I said I bash AI, it means that I'm trying to script it. Duh. No, I don't like the idea of AI taking people's creative work. It's a tool. It's a tool, and like, you know, procedural generation, you could argue, took a lot of jobs from environmental artists. No, it just means that environmental artists now can use it to do a lot of the boring, repetitive work, like cluttering, and focus on those beautiful screenshots that really make, you know, a lot of importance. We get more scene density, we get crazier looking scenes in the same amount of time as we did before. And I think AI is kind of similar, where you don't use it to replace yourself, you use it to augment your abilities. I wouldn't want an AI programming for me, but I like AI for brainstorming, for making me think of something that I didn't think about before. Yeah, it needs to make jobs easier, not replace people. I agree with that. Starts or stops the automatic cleaning program. Do we just want to do like move and rotate? And we can do like forward, backwards. Well, let me ask, because maybe there's a way that this is shown normally. If I have a command like where there's parameters, how would it look if you could write F as a shorter way of doing forward and B as a shorter way of doing backwards? Oh, you would just append it to the OR statement. Because I like the idea that you can just type in like move F. I don't know, you know, like 2. And this would be move forward 2 meters. Rather than having to write out forward. It's not, I know it's not that many more letters, but I think this game will attract a lot of programmers and logical thinkers that will get really, really good and will want to write super clean, efficient scripts. to like basically hack into a robot at the start of a level. They know this level like the back of their hand, speedrunners, and it can just immediately write out the script for a robot to go and do everything that they need it to do. It could be really cool to watch. You have instances like the company who fired every person started using AI and then went into losing a shit ton of money, then went on hiring people back. Oh god. Pre-post links? Yeah, I don't block links. AI scam callers got so fucking good they barely even sound like AI if you don't pay attention. No, it's not related to hacking, but check this game out. Replicube. Open-ended programming puzzle game toy about writing code to replicate 3D voxel-based objects. Solve puzzles, pursue leaderboard glory, or just make art to share with the in-game community. Return 9. I don't understand what the return 9 is doing in that case, though. Because if y is equal to -4, that's the bottom level. Oh, it's a 9x9 cube, I see. Or 9x9 rectangle. Interesting. It's a cool idea. Yeah, the return confused me. But I see what it means. It's like returning... Okay. It's pretty cool. Literal Blender geometry nodes or Blender Python, you don't even have to pay for that. Yeah, but this is like a puzzle game, which is kind of nice because it's it's a gamified version of it. This game seems to be the worst parts of programming. No, how you doing, Firm School? It's a puzzle game. I think you have to remake this. This is your reference object. I'm just looking at puzzle games, FBI. God, they're raiding everybody these days. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like the idea. This is something that I would definitely play. Thanks for sharing it with me. How you doing, Bartosz? I'll put some info here of like what our goals are with this syntax. Syntax should be simple and easy. Command names should be straightforward. Amount of command parameters should be kept to a minimum. Command usage should be very understandable just from the name. What about command names that are queer? Well, it is June. Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. What I haven't played recently is Death Stranding. I'd never played that game before, and I only watched a little bit of a streamer play it when it first came out. I don't remember what my thoughts were, but I know that the game was on release quite divisive because some people saw it as Amazon Delivery Simulator, and other people just loved it. I've been playing it, and I really enjoy it. I have thoughts, yeah. For once in my life, I actually had a thought. I turned my brain on, and it was pretty crazy. And then I turned it back off again. I guess we could make the moving optional, or like the amount of movement. You could just say, hey, just keep going forward. Kojima usually tries to make a cinematic experience with a certain message. He does really well at making systems. His stories are something. They are stories. But I really love how deep he gets with immersive simulation systems. And as somebody who really likes sim games and who makes games with immersive sim elements, I love playing his games. You like the shit and piss bombs. You know, I can respect Kojima for literally just like starting a game and the opening 2 hours of his games are 80% cutscenes. Most developers would not do that, and especially AAA developers absolutely wouldn't do that. But I will say the opening to Death Stranding is very strong. It's very interesting. And it got me hooked. Without optional, let's say accepts optional number float meters. Without optional number, we'll just move forward, backward until told to stop. Which means we should have a like just a general stop. Stops all movement. He's Kojima, so he can do whatever he wants. There'll be people who love that to death. Yeah, I think that Kojima is just a bona fide main character fart sniffer. And he loves to tell people about how good his farts smell. The really unfortunate thing about Kojima with that is that his farts actually do smell kind of good. So it's like somebody who's egotistical but kind of deserves it. Is that your cup of tea because of the genre and theming of his games? I don't want a baby crying when I fall. I mean, fair enough. It is interesting. But I understand why that might not be appealing. Or why some people will look at BB and say, having to soothe this fucking baby is annoying. Having to optimize my backpack load. Whatever, all these things might be annoying. But I like it. It's a slower paced game that makes you look at landscape in a different way. And I do appreciate that. You look like a mountain in... Let's just pull one up. Death Stranding screenshot. This is perfect. You start to look at the landscape in a different way because of how the terrain will change the way that you move and will impact how much you might want to carry. This is a proprietary engine? I do not know. It has to be, because this was after he moved from Kojima, or not from Kojima, fucking Konami. And they were using the Resident Evil engine for that. It's Decima engine. Who owns that? It's the Guerrilla Games engine. That was nice. That's one of the nice things about joining up with the Sony. What am I thinking here? The Sony like family. You just get all their technology and know-how. That's really cool. But you know, it's like you move slower through water and it drains your stamina, so you see water as a hazard, like an actual hazard. But some spots, and you can scan for this, are deeper than others, and you want to avoid the really deep stuff, but the really shallow stuff you can move through pretty easily. Water also drains battery for equipment and vehicles when you drive through it, so you might want to build bridges. You look at terrain in the background that's really rocky, and you say, well, if I were up on top, I could lay rope down in different sections to get down fast, and then I could get back up quickly too. But if I'm down on the bottom, I have to use ladders or find a smooth way to get up there. And I do appreciate how that changes the way that you look at games. There's no other game like Death Stranding. And it was a very bold choice to make a game like that. If somebody had told me we're going to make a game like this, I might have a lot of red flags. But knowing Kojima, he finds a way to make it fun. Not for everybody, but he does a good job knowing how to put systems in there and how to design them and balance them in a way that makes sense. Okay, rotate. Accepts optional number integer between I mean, we could do like negative 180 to 180. I was gonna think like, you know, negative 360 and 360, but technically you can just do negative 180 and 180 and get the same result. I was thinking what would be easier for players to understand. But I think this is fine. It has a protagonist the world already had attachment to by casting the actor. I'm surprised by how many great actors are in Death Stranding. Like a whole lot of really important, well-known names. Norman Reedus, Mads Mikkelsen. I did not know who Leia was before, but maybe she's well-known. Troy Baker, of course, because he's in everything. He can get what he wants, he can. I think that he felt bad that he promised Norman Reedus, or like was say, hey, Norman, let's be friends and let's work on PT. And then PT gets canceled. Yeah, Guillermo del Toro was in it too. Oh, she was a Bond girl. I'm not super big into the Bond movie. I don't like watch them religiously. But that's cool to know. So it's a cool cast, and I like that they very accurately recreated the in-game faces. It's pretty awesome. They really did a great job making the characters. And if you ever get shit from like people on the internet or from like artists at AAA companies saying, no, we can't recreate somebody's face accurately, just show them like this. You absolutely can. Doesn't Kojima like feet? Well, visionaries often have weird fetishes. It's cool. I kind of miss well-known stage or movie actors playing parts in games. Often they're done for useless purposes, but I think that Kojima does it in a pretty acceptable way. He doesn't use that person for like previous roles that they're in. You know, it's like, I think it was with Far Cry, what was it, 6 or 7 or something? They used, I forget his name, but Gus Fring from Breaking Bad. I don't remember the actor's name. But it felt like they were just saying, hey, can you come into our game and play Gus Fring? A lot of Kojima stuff actually feels directed also. I think that's a really good way of putting it. It feels directed. Keanu in Cyberpunk, yeah. I think that what Nixie says is really a good way to put it. They feel directed. It feels like when you're watching cutscenes in Kojima games, they feel like they're movie cutscenes. And he doesn't cast characters, I think, for their other on-screen personas, but for the persona that he wants them to play. Giancarlo Esposito, yeah, that's his name. So it's cool. I really like, Metal Gear Series 2. They're great. It's great immersive sim games. Rotates, robot, differential steering. Negative 180 to 180 is degrees. Yeah, it's not radians. I don't know what I'm saying. It's degrees. Radians are weird. Math is weird. For him, you get the cutscenes where he gets to show you his vision, then the gameplay is just you filling in the blanks until you reach the next big point in the story. I definitely think there's... Death Stranding feels more linear and less sandboxy than Metal Gear Phantom Pain did. I don't know if this was him just trying to get used to the new engine, or testing out the game idea by not going too deep, because Metal Gear has so many games that has proven the gameplay. But it definitely feels less complex than Metal Gear did. It doesn't have any real player agency, but you get to experience the story he wanted to tell. It definitely feels that way for Death Stranding, but I think that Phantom Pain, its open world is very sandboxy and has a lot of really cool mechanics that play into how the player chooses to act. But it's very proven gameplay already, and Death Stranding was new. Yeah, it's an already established universe. But we'll see. Death Stranding 2 is coming out this year or next year. Death Stranding. Do we know when it comes out? This month. Oh, I didn't think it was that soon. June 26th. It's literally 22 days. Okay, I really have to beat the first game then. And maybe we'll play that on stream. Because like I said, I've been loving the first game. It's definitely up my alley. Would you guys watch me playing that? Oh, that's cool. That's such a cool statue. I wish I had money for deluxe editions still, but I don't. It'd be fun to play. We're in such an early stage of the game too that we really need time to like think about the design, determine what we want to do next, and then do it. Whereas with Golden Chronicles, it was, I knew the systems that needed to be in there. Yeah, I think there is a director's cut, yeah. The game looks good. I can definitely say the game looks good. But I've been playing it. What the fuck? I haven't made one of these yet. There's a lot of gameplay to uncover. It's direct. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, we can fit this into the schedule. But it's on PS5, right? Not on PC initially? It is on PS5. I do have a PS5. I could bring it in. I could do it. I already have the capture card, so it's just unplugging it from my computer and plugging it into my PS5. It's okay, I don't need to play it. You're telling me, a gamer, that I don't need to play a game? Sir. I think what they're saying is we don't need to see you play it. But I want to play it. On off clean, which is the automatic cleaning program. So we return the AI controller back to the pawn. So we possess it, we replace the AI controller. And then we can return that controller back to it. Move forward, backwards, rotate, and stop. Should we be able to turn on and off the... If we want to make this like a Roomba, do we want to be able to... Well, let's not worry about that. You want a Roomba with a dildo on top? That is an option. No, I'm gonna send this to Cuthbert and see what he thinks of this. You turn Roombas into fire hazards by frying the battery. I don't see why not. Does the cleaning robot have a little camera in front of it, maybe? But because the cleaning robot is not intended to listen, it can just see, so you don't have a microphone. So you can't like ride the cleaning robot into a room and listen in on the conversation. But you could see through the robot's eyes. It probably has one underneath it too, which I guess could be kind of cool. You know, I'm thinking, okay, the cleaning robot's meant to work on like carpet and stuff. So seeing the bottom camera is not useful, but what if it's on top of like a metal grate? What if it's on top of glass? Then you have some utility to being able to see underneath the robot, where normally there's just a bunch of trash and dirt. Okay, I mean, I think that would be interesting. If you do that, then Ted from IT could have one of those remove butt plugs that he carries around at work and just, what is it? You guys, and you're Ted from IT. You really hate Ted, don't you? Remember, what you can also do is usually they scan the environment so you can see a mapped version of the location. Kind of like a LiDAR. I know that Roombas do have that scan. I think they show it in the application too. Roomba room. It kind of looks like this, but oh, it looks like this. It looks like this. So seeing something like this. That's interesting because it's almost like the bare bones blueprints of the level. And if you let the Roomba just run while you're hacking into stuff, you can come back to it and check, is there a room that I don't know about that I can't see? I like that. I like that idea. Yeah, they even have cams. So I'm thinking like a cam on the front and a cam on the bottom. Because I think they use the bottom camera to determine if there's like still some shit. I mean, this is like sci-fi anyway, so we can enhance the robot in some ways. And maybe I'm not thinking far enough in the future, to be honest. I've never been good about that though. I don't know, some people who write sci-fi can just picture the future so perfectly. I'm very much like a current capability sort of person. It's just write gibberish, yeah. No, but I like the idea that you can pull up the map of its environment so far. About what you want in future and what pisses you off doing daily, that's sci-fi. Interacting with Twitch chat. I'm just kidding. No, I like you guys. You guys actually keep me really focused on working on games. Owning a company is so fucking annoying because everybody and their mothers think, oh, he paid $100 to create a company. That must mean that he has money and we can just offer services for literally everything under the sun. And I'm just tired of telling people, no, I have no money. My company is broke. Stop asking me if I want to, I don't know, obtain clients and manage my community. I have a version of the room with different shaders applied to it. It'd be kind of funny if it was only relevant data for the robot though. Like what areas get the most dirt. It's like, okay, this is not useful to me, but I'm glad that it exists. Remember I do that works in robotics and he basically goes over how all general use robotics and such would kill you. I like that. Nixie, don't let me forget about that. I think Kotspur would like reading that too. Yeah, this is pretty accurate. I literally just get emails every single day from stupid companies. And every time I go to a convention, people want to meet to tell me about their services and their companies. Your shortcut to scalable, affordable development talent. I'm reaching out where we specialize in helping businesses like yours build scalable, tailored technology solutions, from custom software and mobile apps to AI integrations. What did Roomba kill you? Well, not everything in the game is meant to kill necessarily. It can also be used to survey, to figure out, to plan, to distract. You might run the Roomba into somebody to distract them and make them look the other way, or pick up the Roomba and move it back to its housing. And so now you've gotten them out of the way for, a minute or two. Maybe I can put what each thing has next to it. So like, what does the CCTV have? CCTV qualities. Camera. Color or black and white. Let's write it out. Microphone. Not always. Zoom functionality. Not always. Swivel functionality. Not always. Zoom calls. Night vision. I like that. Color. Black and white. Night vision. Heat vision. Could be any or all of those. Just depends. See-through vision. Like clothes. Jed, come over here. Well, thanks for sending me that book, Nixie. I think Casper would really like to read that. Legit an ad I just had pop up amongst your YouTube videos. A new boobtastic game is here. All right, I saw that. I have that on the Discord. I had the same one. Look at this shit. It was this one, yeah? I had the exact same thing. A new boobtastic game is here. All rise for the Gentleman's Harem RPG. New titillating browser game. Don't look away. With girls that absolutely do not look 18. Nude vision always. Okay, so we would need to add a couple more commands for maybe like the camera operation mode. Like optional operation mode. Without operation mode defined, turns camera on, With operation mode defined. We'll put it at the top too. Accepts optional operation mode. Night vision. It's not thermal, right? Is it thermal vision? I feel like there's another word for that. Not heat vision. F? Mini F? You okay? Someone hacked me? Oh, they must have typed connect local IP. Sneaky, sneaky. I don't know why you would want to... I don't think you should be able to switch color. Maybe like... The camera is either color or black and white. And then extra vision nodes, or vision modes like night vision, heat vision, infrared. Isn't technically night vision just infrared? Oh, it is? Oh, does it just turn this to basically infrared to black and white? And that's how heat vision is handled? I really don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. There were just boobs there. I just saw boobs. Don't look there. Why? Why when I look up infrared camera do I see boobs? I don't want to... Come on. Come on, Google. What are we doing? Interesting. So night vision is literally just infrared desaturated. I didn't know that. Kinda cool. What about like the green night vision? Is that like the old school? Thermal cameras versus night vision cameras. Why would you not use a thermal camera if you just get a better image? Night vision is just having a good imagination. Appreciate that. So what kind of vision modes would we want? What kind of vision modes could we create? I guess is an even better question. I feel like you'd have to do post-processing effects because there's no like thermal camera. Advanced thermal vision post-process. That's pretty cheap. That's useful. You can hotbox your room and see the thermals with the camera. I will do that. I will get a camera that can have thermals so that you can see me. You can see me farting. I will get you a fart cam just for you, huge cookie. Should we go like a little bit dystopian and have like a mode for the camera where it just shows you people and their outlines? The auto adjust asset? What is this? Auto rotates with movement direction. Follow camera looks ahead of movement. Get the angle of that hand. Yeah, this is the danger angle. Lake, I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. If we get 1,000 followers, by the way, I will do a 24-hour stream. I will bring on the beer. I will bring on the wine. I'm going to bring out the Jaeger. I will try to last 24 hours. But as most women know, I can barely last 24 seconds, so... We'll do it. We'll order some pizzas. We'll keep it crazy. We'll play some games with you guys. Heartbeat sensor. I think what I'll do is I'll do this. Camera, either color or black and white. It's not optional vision mode. It's more like I don't know, we'll just say potential vision modes, operation modes. Infrared, night, camera vision modes. Device outline. Human outline. Yeah, I don't really know what else we can do with that. I think that's good to start with anyway. More than enough? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, accepts optional operation mode. Night vision, infrared night. Device outline. Without operation mode defined, turns camera on if it was off, or off if it was on. With operation mode defined, turns on/off the operation mode. If operation mode is, if any operation mode is currently on, switches to new one. Now, of course, this is when you're hacked into the device and you want to use the command line, but we might have simple inputs for if you are in that CCTV. You might just be able to press, you know, like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something to switch between any operation modes that it currently has. And of course, you can just zoom in and out and, again, like something else to take a screenshot. So there are two ways of inputting or of interacting with devices, either directly when you're hacked into it, or through the command line. Ooh, I just got him. Gotcha, bitch. We have like AI vision so you can see things that are connected like Ethernet cables? Potentially. The game has to have some challenge, but there are multiple ways that we could make challenge. It doesn't have to just be in one simple way, right? The thing we tried with the computer that's over here is that I don't like the idea that if I'm hacked into this computer, I can only interact with the things that I can see at the center of the screen like this. So we made a manual mode where if you can see it on the screen, you can interact with it, or you can like hover over it and hack into it. So it's more like, what vision do you have with the camera, not what are the capabilities of the center of the screen. And I think I prefer that over the limitations. But in the case of the laptop here, this is its range of vision. I cannot move left or right. I can zoom in, which allows me to see, you know, that allows me to move because I still have that original FOV. But if I am zoomed in and pushing all the way to the left here, and I zoom back out, it's going to push me back to the center. So I have kind of like a predefined range of vision still. I like the idea of being able to see someone's ear just up close and personal. Probably when you don't want to. I win! It took me 1 minute and 30 seconds to win. I'm so good. Zero days. Alright, let's expand out the cleaning robot then. We have 2 cameras. What about perks? Since you're an AI, can you have a perk where you just send a worm on the network to find stuff for you, or potentially activating one of the boxes for you? Yeah, I could see that. We want there to be like custom software that you can earn or find, maybe permanent and persistent, maybe temporary in that level that you could then run. Will there be an anti-malware program that you have to avoid some functionalities? Yeah, we do see there being like a security, and there being like a, what's the word for it? Like, how conspicuous are you? Are you doing things with a device that wouldn't make sense? Like, it makes sense if you are in a cleaning robot and it's running the cleaning program. Nobody's gonna bat an eye. But if it's moving around on its own and doing weird things, it doesn't make sense, right? So hack into the robot, let it continue its cleaning cycle and just observe. And nobody's gonna notice that it's been hacked. But if you turn that off and you start zooming around, people are gonna be like, what the? That's not how this thing works. Raises your meter. So doing certain things will raise that suspicion, doing other things will diminish that suspicion. You know, maybe it's kind of suspicious if a cleaning robot kind of fucks up and like moves one way kind of weird and then goes back to its cleaning cycle, but it's like, oh, it just kind of had a bug or something. Turn it off, then you go straight for the upskirt shot. I hate it. We could do like switch camera or just camera. You hate it, players love it. Why do you want this? You guys just really want this to be a porn game, don't you? This is like voyeurism, the game. AI voyeurism. Three women are doing lewd things in the house. Hack into the system. Screenshot them. Record them. Blackmail them? God damn, that's getting dark. Switches between the front and bottom camera. You blackmail them into doing more nude stuff with the already nude stuff you got. You guys need some help. Also, that game sounds like it would be pretty fun. For a friend. Not for me to play. I would never play a game like that. I've never played Nekopara. Nazuki is not my favorite cat girl. Nekopara is totally not weird if you look up the ages of the cats. Oh, I really like Vanilla from Nekopara. Let's go see some information about her. Female, 9 months. Make ASCII boobs. Mission could be to steal nuclear launch codes, but fuck that, I want to see some nudes. FBI, open up! I was just showing chat. I've never played the game. I've never played all 4 of those games. Actually, there's 5. Because there's Volume 0. But Volume 0 doesn't have any loot stuff. It was what a friend told me. I mean, if we have cameras, can we zoom with those? I don't think those cameras should be able to zoom. We did want to show the, show like the room map. Where would you access that though? Digital zoom in? Yeah, it's just pixels. We just pixelate the screen a little bit more. How do we access that? Like, I feel like the map should be on its, like, its file system. I don't know, how the fuck do we access that? So you're the AI, but you can find other agencies that are spying and doing shit. You can use those to throw people off your trail. Like blame stuff on those agencies so you don't get outed. Let's save that for like the sequel or something. Let's get the basics figured out, and then we can start throwing in other agencies. The map is in the Roborock app. That could be interesting. So you have to hack into like a smartphone to find the Roomba app to access its map. So you can get it from the robot itself. I don't hate the idea. In fact, I really like the idea of having to use multiple devices to gain info. Yeah, it is reality. And I like the idea of mirroring that. Because if we're trying to make something that feels realistic, players will connect the dots of how it works in this universe with how it works in our reality. And people with those cleaning robots will think, okay, well, I have one of those, and I can see the heat map on the device, so maybe I'll find, I don't know, the CEO's smartphone, right? Because maybe the average employee doesn't have this application connected to the robot. But maybe the manager of this area of the office does. So I'll hack into his phone. Oh, he has the app. Let's open that up. And let's see if we can find it. That could be cool. Porn janitor smartphone. Shut the up, fuck. Oh my god, you guys are gooners. Yeah, no, not me. I'm not a gooner. In fact, I don't even wait until marriage to have sex. I wait until death. That's how pure I am. Kama Sutra? Oh man. Okay, cameras. Front camera. Color. Bottom camera. Color. Actually, what are the camera qualities on like a Roomba? Roomba camera lawsuit? Wait, what? A Roomba recorded a woman on the toilet. Okay. Interesting. Look at YouTube videos, how they hack Roombas to use them as RC car. It's crazy. I'm really curious what the camera specs are on these. Infrared. Upward facing camera and downward facing infrared floor tracking sensor. That could be kind of cool. Like you use the front camera to see in color, but the bottom camera can only see in infrared. That's kind of cool. So there are some visual limitations, and there's no microphone, so you can't hear anything from these. And also you could, I guess, take pictures of a woman on the toilet. That's very realistic, apparently. That's for the gooners out there. The stream name is still State of Unreal? Oh, fuck me. It's been that for 4.5 hours. You guys didn't tell me? Oops. Professional streamer, by the way. Sorry for anybody who wanted to see the State of Unreal and is just watching me work on my game the whole day. Apologies. This day 3 or day 4 is day 3, right? Is this? Yeah, it's day 3. I'd have to drive on a paper that's on the ground and have to suck it on low to a window to have enough light to read with the bottom camera, the Wi-Fi password. Some plus that is crazy. That is crazy. That whole idea is crazy. I like it. Let's get the first playable done first, and then we can expand upon that. That's very emergent gameplay, I will say. I do like the idea of like a paper being under a desk, and the only way you can read it is by driving the camera into there, or the robot. Appreciate that. Get me in as quest writer. Well, you can write whatever quests you want. We then need to actually make the functionality, and some of that could be pretty difficult. Let's start simple. Oops. No microphone. Has automatic cleaning mode that can be enabled, disabled. Differential drive, because we learned that. That makes us smart. It's kind of its main qualities. Yeah, I like that. Ooh. Why are these part of a group? That bothers me. I don't understand. When I click this, it shows me all 3, and I can move all 3. Why? But I can't ungroup them. Oh, because they're part of like separate. How can I move those out of the hierarchy? I see, there we go. To be fair, the hierarchy aspect is nice. But I don't need it right now. Will the console have an autocomplete while you type? I wasn't thinking of adding one. That would be kind of annoying to make. I don't even know how I would do it. I don't know. We at least are not gonna have it for prototype. I'm gonna be real. I don't know how I would implement that like in a hierarchical way. I mean, I guess I could append another text box that acts as the autocomplete, and if that text box is active, you can press tab to complete. I don't know. I think there is a way that I could do it. I just don't know if I'm gonna do it. Hey, Puppy Bite. Long time no see. It has been a long time. How are you doing? Let's unlock that. This will be CCTV. 24. Let's put that down here too. Cleaning robot. Been too busy. I feel you on that. Doing my part with just question. No, I like the questions because we're only 3 days into this. I certainly haven't thought about the design that much because I was pretty much entirely thinking just about Holden Chronicles up until last Friday. That was it. So there's a lot of unknowns. How about you? How you been doing? Really busy. Really busy, but I'm starting to come down after preparing for pitching to publishers and going to Digital Dragons. That was really mentally and energetically draining. And we're working on a new game. Oh. And I'm still tired. Don't do that. Make this bigger. It should be bigger. We'll do that. Okay, group these. And then group all that. Let's make the color a bit darker. We got the network, we got the CCTV, and we got the cleaning robot. Would you consider PureF to be like creative workflow utility? I do not know what that is. Oh, to be like a creative workflow utility. Yeah, it's like Miro, right? I don't know what Miro defines itself as, but PureF is free, so that's a a big positive to it. But Miro allows you to do that collaboratively with other people, which is quite nice. Oh yeah, let me use AI to generate my product brief. I'm sure I won't get fired for not knowing what the fuck I'm doing. But Miro's very nice, but it does cost money. The free tier is not really that great. And then it's, $8 a month per member, so you have to really use it a lot. But a lot of artists use this for like mood boards for game dev. Here's a good example. Like defining how should our foliage look? How should our environments look? What are general inspirations for our art style? Yeah, and Obsidian probably has something with it too. So that they're very useful tools. Yeah, I'm not saying this is better or worse or anything. I'm just saying this is what we're using here because it's free. I know about it. And I just want to be able to put text and images in. Try to categorize it because I like to keep myself organized and categorize applications and tools. Man, I think that I have ADHD. Categorizing things is way too much work. That's some expert level stuff there. I can say that this is the thing I use because this is the thing that I know about. I think if we were making a world, I might consider using... This is so weird. I think it's called World Anvil. Yeah, I've seen some, I played around with this and it was pretty cool. You can make your own wikis within this and like combine the visual elements and the maps. Pretty powerful. But again, this costs money. It's not horrible though, to be honest. And if you use it a lot, especially for like I don't know, if you're working like a game with this stuff, $8.25 a month is nothing. Especially for having 9 co-authors. And I'm pretty sure you can share all this stuff online too. API access is nice as well. Make like a Discord bot that links to it. Personal knowledge management, if you don't know the acronym. Good chance you knew. No, I didn't. I've never heard that term. It feels pretty good. I kind of want one more device. And again, I don't want to like touch the smartphone or computer right now because there are just so many possibilities with what you could do with a computer that I feel like we would have to sit down for at least 2 days just to be able to get a rough overview of the list of commands that you could have with a computer or smartphone hacking into it. Very complex. What are some devices I could hack into if I had a Hitman-like game but was playing as a rogue AI? Give me some ideas. Cameras. Doors and locks. I mean, yes, although I want something a little bit more complex. I feel like a door is easy if there was like a remote door. Lights, chandeliers, gas valves. It could be interesting to detail, like what would happen if you hacked into a gas valve or something. Turrets or sentry guns? That could be a good one too. Intercom. Life support systems. Yeah, that was in the pitch deck that Cuthbert made. He gave an example of a hospital. Grids, generators. Generator maybe? Power grid? What do you think Miro's worth? It seems like the only selling point is the AI. The collaborative tools are really nice for Miro. I think that is the main selling point of Miro, is the collaborative tools. But if you're just making something and you can share the peer ref, right? So if I just take this peer ref file and I copy and paste it into Discord, like people can just open it and have access to all the same things that are here. If you don't need the collaborative utilities, then just get like peer ref or Obsidian, whatever the hell. How far are we from AGI? I have no clue. Scarily close. Put it that way. I could put a turret. We could do a turret. Turret, I feel like, is pretty similar to the CCTV. Let's write it up. You hack into a turret. I feel like you should be able to override targeting parameters. Like, let's think of the way that Fallout also allows you to hack into turrets. And what are some of the options that you have there? Help on or off is fine. Let's grab some of the CCTV stuff. It definitely would have a camera. But probably with only one mode, which is like the human detection mode, right? It'll show like a green outline for friendlies, red outline for enemies. Every day that goes by, The Matrix comes closer to reality. It's a good movie. It used to be there before it gets better with quantum. That'll be the next step for humanity. I don't know. I don't feel like I would engage in stuff like that too much. I have no interest in living in virtual reality or even to some extent augmented reality. I don't like it. I could see myself using like augmented reality for certain purposes, but I definitely would not want to wear that all day. You know that remember that I think Walmart made that video about shopping in augmented reality. Where was that video? Was it this one from Cap Gemini? Was it the Amazon one? I don't remember this. I don't remember which one it was, but there was like some... Oh no, it was real. It was drink, fridge, augmented reality. It was... They basically had like one of those drink fridges that you would see at a store, but there was a screen in front of it, that showed what was there, and it was like, what's the purpose of this? It's glass. I can just see through it. And I think it was real. It was just so useless. You look forward to AGI? How do you even define life and human rights and so forth? Are we more alive than an AGI if an AGI is able to know they live and question their own existence? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know these answers. I'm just stupid human. There's no microphone. What would the command for just like defense mode be? Like just the normal mode of moving back and forth. It is the swivel. Do we want to just keep it swivel? I guess we could. Why not? That'll work. And then we need fire. Maybe with an optional amount. Maybe quarry ammo. To be honest, I think pretty much every item should have some query about its operational status, its info. I feel like that should be a universal command. Query parameter. Accepts all ammo status targeting. Imagine Spoon being an AGI. Yes, the first AGI I want is a racist sewer goblin who likes talking about poop and believes in flat earth theory. It would be entertaining. To be honest, it shouldn't be an optional parameter. Or if you don't include a parameter, it just automatically lists all. If no parameter is given will list all sections. Targeting lists all sections. Returns info about current turret ammunition, type and amount. You guys in your AGI and quantum computing, I don't know anything about this stuff. Interesting, but a little scary, you know? Returns information about I mean, there's like a lot of different aspects to the status. Whether the turret is on or off. Camera state. Swivel state, if supported. I think that's kind of it for the... And if the turret is firing. I think it's gonna kill us. It's gonna be the opposite of Terminator. They saw humanity as a threat because to solve our problems, the best ways to wipe us out. Bubby Bite, on the other hand, does not find AI or AGI scary. I think we should not regulate it at all, just let loose. See how far we can get before we hinder innovation. I think that major governmental... If we don't regulate AI or AGI, it is very, very possible that a significant number, if not a majority of people, will be out of jobs. In which case, universal basic income, I think, is necessary. Or some type of universal basic support. I think it's inevitable. And if we want to argue that it shouldn't be hindered, then I think that will need to happen sooner rather than later. If we want to regulate it, then we can slowly go into it. I don't mind the idea that, you know, robots take pretty much all manual labor away. Handle, you know, road repairs and all this other stuff. But I think there are a lot of people that still like doing physical labor because it's mentally rewarding. We still need work. We still need jobs to feel useful. I think some people might be able to live without having to do that, but a lot of humans will still want to do that. I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing. First, yes, but it's just like every other new era. We need to find a new job that cannot be done as good by an AGI or AI than a human. But I think while other technology is often slower to be introduced and has less impact overall, like in terms of raw numbers of people impacted by it in a let's say a negative way, putting them out of jobs, I think AI and AGI would be way more exacerbated than that. It'll be much higher. It'll be many more people, which sure we can say is not necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. It would be. And depending on the situation or the context, it might be a bad thing or a good thing. But you can't just shove people out of a job that's the only thing that they've known and know how to do. And the only other alternative is to, I don't know, become an artist. In which case, now if everybody's an artist, because we don't want AI to do creative things, well, now the bar to exceed is going to be a lot larger. Like, there's more supply than there is demand. Yeah, I think that we just because we could do it doesn't mean that it will actually be better for society as a whole. And it'll be like, okay, we have the technology to do it, but we see that society is actively worse when we do it. So, I don't know. You might end up with a case of we have AI and we have robots doing things that humans used to do, but there's still a significant number of people that prefer to have it done by humans because it's more emotional, it's more, what's a good word for it? It's less detached, more intimate. You know, I think that there's maybe some level of God, there's a lot of weird words today. Gimmicky aspect to it. Yes, I could go to a restaurant where the servers are all AI. That's a gimmick. And I think that in some cases I would want that. In other cases, I would very much prefer to have a human. And I think that there will still be people who want to only go to restaurants for humans. Like by humans. With human cooks and human waiters and waitresses. I could be wrong. Just my thoughts. Did you see the news about Project Xanaris? No. I don't play the game anymore, but you can catch me up on what's gonna happen. Targeting status. Yeah, I think that every device should have some quick queries that you could grab. The plan to allow official private servers with configurable settings. The news is that they scrapped it. It will never be. The plan to allow official private servers. Wait, do you mean that they've shifted away from the initial? Because I knew what Project Xanaris was. I just don't know about the news that they're scrapping it. So they're scrapping it completely. Why? Told me this. Okay, they will replace every human worker with AI. Okay, great. Then who the fuck will buy their products or use their shit? If everyone is out of a fucking job and not making money, I swear companies just can't fucking think for a long time. You know, I agree with that, Drumux. And that's why I think that universal basic income will be a necessity at that point. Oh, they just paused it indefinitely. That's kind of weird. They spent all that time and money working on it and then just it's scrapped. Fires the turret's weapon. Accepts optional number integer. Sorry. UBI won't work in their world because why would they do that? Why would they just voice crack? Why would they just give out money since that's how most of them see UBI? It will just be a huge dystopian bullshit like you see in most cyberpunk movies. I kind of think you're right. Like I really don't have hope in any sort of governmental agency. I think politicians are all corrupt. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on. They're all a bunch of assholes who just want to make money and have power. That's it. Why would they give away money? They wouldn't. But I think that might push people away from seeing... That might be the final end to like the right and left parties. Or a massive shift in the way that the right and left are seen. Where one side will be fully on this dystopian bullshit and the other side will be anti-AI. It's also possible that it would just give rise to... that either the government changes... or it doesn't, and there's revolutions. It might lead into, I wouldn't say like a world war, because it's not really like war with other countries. It would be war with the internal government. So it might be like a world revolution, where people and militaries might push back against corrupt governments who just want to keep the status quo and make everybody poor. Those are the real questions. Or farts. Huge Cookie can be part of the fart party. You will soon go to a new era where space will be explored. In this new era, humans will be needed in masses to upkeep bases and so forth. So all the jobs lost to AI will be needed for mostly jobs that help keep humans running. I don't know. It's an interesting topic. The only propaganda you're falling for is the fart propaganda. I see. Okay, accepts optional integer, fires a turret's weapon number of times. Once out of ammo, firing stops. Of course. So we can fire, we can set swivel, we can zoom. Turn camera on or off. We could turn on or off auto targeting. Auto targeting. On, off. Turns on off the auto targeting capabilities of the turret. The purpose of life is farting, is it? Maybe farting is the way, if we're in a simulation, maybe farting is the way that we update our overlords with our own status. Oh, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Blustery. Take care, man. I like how it's telling me how to integrate the command line. That's pretty much what we have, actually. Depending on how good your farts smell, dictate your status as well. Auto targeting is on. Will automatically choose targeting based on... Oh, we need to be able to switch targeting too. Chosen parameters. Ahmed, how you doing today? If auto targeting is off, we'll just fire in a static direction. Update targeting. Targeting mode. He got let down. Yeah, it's only one fart. Even Huge Cookie didn't fart with you. Can you believe that? The king of farts, or queen. I don't know Huge Cookie's gender. Or sex. We can do this by faction ID or some other way. I don't know what way we want to handle targeting modes. Doesn't do the redeems. I redeemed Moan before and he didn't moan. He just played an anime mode. Should have known. Actually, a lot of commands for the turret. I thought the turret would be kind of simple. We'll go back and we'll add queries to these too. We got scammed? Is the mode not working? Sometimes some of the commands just don't play, and I actually just don't know why. The weirdest thing. Alright, this is turret. Turret qualities. Turret commands. In the mosque recently, someone was praying in front of me with Kim Kardashian on the back of his shirt. Is that allowed in Islam? To pray in the mosque with Kim Kardashian on the back of your shirt? I know nothing about Islam, so I don't know if you're able to, if you're supposed to wear like proper clothes when praying, or it's not. Okay, that's kind of what I assumed. You maybe be able to get away with it in like a Protestant church. Some of the old people might be mad at you in Protestant churches for it, but. Kardashian. That's crazy. That is a lot of commands. Wowee. I do really like that we can have so many people with different opinions and religions and beliefs in this chat. And we're all just super friendly with each other. I don't want to take that for granted. The world's a big place with so many different people and cultures. It'd be really dumb to shut people out for their beliefs. Even in churches, I mean, that people go to holy places and journal to focus on spirituality and ask for forgiveness. Can't focus with Kim Kardashian in sight. I agree with you. I agree with you. I was Lutheran growing up, and you know, as a kid, I was like rebellious, so I had the atheist phase. Nowadays, I just don't see religion as something I need in my life, but I don't hate religion. Like you said, it's for spirituality, right? It's to find purpose and meaning and community, finding other people to trust in, to rely in. It can be a really good thing. But as with everything, and when there's money involved, I think that some people can get corrupted, pulled into some aspects of extremism. Like everything, there's danger in lack of questioning, I guess you could say. Gotta get going again. Take care, everybody. Bubby Bite. And I hope to see you sometime in the future too. Let's add a query to these. Woody. And then we'll need to update the equalities as well. Do that in a second. This is the most design I've done in quite a while. Feels good. All status. I mean, it's just a CCTV, so. You're not so religious. I only go to the mosque on Fridays and during Ramadan, mainly for social values, to be honest. I stopped caring about religion since high school. What is Ramadan? I've never known anybody Islamic in my life, actually. When does Ramadan take place? Camera on or off? Camera operation mode. Swivel state. Microphone state, if supported. I have to sneeze. Never mind. Is the month, you have a whole month in which Prophet Muhammad got his prophecy and the first verses of the Quran were given to him in this month. Oh. Is it, what month is that? Okay, let's move this up. All status. Yeah, we'll do that too. So returns information about whether the robot is on, off. Cleaning cycle status. That's kind of it. Yeah, the turret actually has quite a few commands. Okay, the turret The turret qualities are... front camera, color, it would be the human, like locked in as the human outline. Which honestly, I hate to say it, but like the Chinese camera systems are probably the most accurate for this. Where they show like people. Actually, I think that also... God, I hate it. I hate it, but it's like a social credit kind of camera. It's not in the calendar you know. Oh, really? It's part of an entirely different calendar called the Hijri calendar. Who can explain it better for you? The Hijri calendar. The Islamic Hijri calendar. That's so crazy. How do you learn that? It's an entire month too. Wow. Okay, there's 12 months. So it's not too different. It's based on the cycles of the moon. So it's kind of like farmers' calendars too, right? That's crazy. And there's years. Wow. That's really cool. So Ramadan would be 1 month long, but it would actually be half of one Gregorian calendar month and half of another. So we can imagine like starting in June 15th up to July 15th. Have you seen The Witcher 4 gameplay? It actually is not gameplay. It is a tech demo. In fact, a lot of what we see there is probably not going to be in the game at all. I did see it though. We watched it all yesterday. I might pull it out of yesterday's stream and put it up in a separate video. Will you write out Windows 10 until they ditch Windows Defender in October? You're gonna ditch Windows Defender in October? Yes, I will. I will. I didn't know it was so soon. Thanks for destroying my hopes and dreams. You have to spend money? No, I won't. Do you want to know why I won't? If you know, you know. I bet that there will be a way, kind of like there's a way to get Windows Home and unlock group policy editing. I bet that there will be a way to hang on to Windows Defender and Windows 10. I mean, I should probably switch to Windows 11 at this point. I don't know what the big feature differences are. Because I think you can return the start menu in the bar back to how it is in Windows 10. And I use fences on my desktop anyway, so I don't really care what they do to my desktop, because I'll just override that with fences, like I have here. I need like an infrared camera. What are our camera modes? We have infrared, night, and human outline, and like device outline. So we could use this for human and device outline. I think also the Tesla cameras show it. Hard to find a view for that. They do stuff like this. I really like that view though. If you do upgrade, get rid of the shitty AI copilot they give you. It's such an eyesore. I definitely will. I will turn off all the bullshit. There used to be a really good, I think, a batch file or a registry script. Windows telemetry registry script. I think it was on GitHub or something. Oh, there's just some GP, some group policy edits. I swear there was a way to do it. They might have made it. I know that when you install Windows 10 now, they do allow you to turn all that off. But at the start, they didn't. Okay, camera modes. This is human device outlines. Infrared. Night vision. You know what? We'll even do color in black and white as well. Why not? Only downside of Windows is they block you from accessing your subsystems. Really? I thought you can still do that if you know how to, how to use PowerShell and shit. Is this like new in Windows 11 that they don't allow you to get access to that? There's a lot stuck in group policy as well. Like if you hate Windows updates, just go to your group policy management. And you can disable all your Windows updates, or just set the you can specify the install. I think the update service location, just set this to your local IP and you'll never get updates. I usually do that and then I turn it on like 2 months later and do a big update Rinse and repeat. Infrared CCTV. I want the colored infrared though. But this works. We can just delete some of these things if we don't, because it's pretty much just infrared anyway. Applying some green filter is not really going to make it look any better. That's so dumb. Okay, that's a little bit... I don't know why their briefcases and bags are red hot though. It's creepy. There's one that was a little bit more like normal, just like a group of people. I'll just use this. Oh, it's really fucking tiny. Again, horrible resolution. These are all horrible resolution. I use Linux a little bit. I don't like how kind of frustrating the Linux terminal is to use to do really simple stuff. I think that this is mainly just me using Raspbian. I've heard that there are much more friendly interfaces in like Ubuntu or Mint, I think is also a pretty good one. I've only ever used Raspbian. And it's just a pain. It's a pain to do anything on fucking Raspbian. I've heard of Arch. I've never... I don't know what Arch Linux looks like. I kind of wanted this with people, but I guess I can find some high quality ones with deer or fucking pigs. Whatever, I'll just put a pig in there. I'm going with the pig. Hey, at work. Infrared night. Really don't see how infrared and night vision are at all different. Let's change it to thermal. Okay, that'll work. And then let's just grab a CCTV camera photo screenshot from black and color and white. We could always make it black and white if we find a good one. CCTV color. I literally just need a CCTV screenshot. Yeah, just that works. Like, it's so generic. It's like it's fake. Yeah, this is fine. Kind of wish it was bigger though. I'm going to get the one with the possum on it. This is perfect. This is exactly the picture that I needed in here. The fucking black and white CCTV picture with a possum. An opossum. It's beautiful. Okay, turret, front camera, color, human outline. We can see that it's supposed to end up looking like this or something. Outlines are colored based on targeting on like on targeting status. Friendly enemy. What was your first tech job before landing your first real dev job, or did you just grind until you got it? I did some work with my dad doing circuit board assembly. I'm sure you know what that is, but for anybody that doesn't know what that is, it's putting the parts in circuit boards and soldering them. Yeah, a circus performer, exactly. It was kind of fun. It was very... It was really easy to get into a flow state with it, but it was the same thing over and over. And I like solving problems and challenges. So PCB assembly was just not for me. But then I pretty much I always wanted to get into game dev, but I never went to college, and I didn't even complete high school. So I just figured it would be impossible. So there was kind of a few years where I just didn't do shit. And it was like trying to figure out my life and coping and not accepting reality. Then I started to mod for a game, and that landed me my first dev job. That was a long time ago. You're a bitch. A little bit better. Kind of compelling is why I ask, because many people enter the space from different backgrounds. They do. Yeah, they really do. I've seen all types. I've seen people that are like, oh, I used to be a cement truck driver, and now I'm in game dev. It's crazy. But it's cool. I joined from modding, I could say. I kind of was just self-taught. But also had a lot of teachers. I can't get it to like... Oh, I can get it to counter indent, I see. I didn't see that before. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, ordered lists. There we go. Jesus. Are you a smart fella or a fart smeller? Fart smeller. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
There's nothing wrong with smelling farts. I think like the CCTV camera. We have zoom and swivel functionality. Targeting parameter functionality. If supported, maybe they're just set to fire literally on anybody that is seen. That's kind of it. Not a whole lot of functions, but just a lot of commands for those functions that exist. I like that. You're a pipe inspector for Joe Pipe? Same ones used to drill for oil in the field? And here I am into software engineering. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Pipe inspector. A very, I think that's a very important job. Make one mistake and it could cost people their lives with some malfunction or poor engineering or a, broken section. I hope they paid you well for that. Or maybe you're making more in software development. Probably safer too in some ways. Magnetism certification training in school and also learned UT ultrasonics. Wow. A lot of specializations. I feel good about this. I feel good. I like the 3 devices being shown here. I like the way that we're hacking into things. I think maybe some way to describe how the player can remotely access. I know that the Cutsper understands this, but I have to. It needs to be described that you can hack into any device on the same network, no matter if you're in the network itself or in a device specifically. The network sits above all devices. I don't really think I can put a flowchart in here, but I can do a flowchart in Draw.io and then I can paste it over here. Let's do that. Love design and I fly away. Have you been listening this whole time, Customer? 17 an hour because the contracting company is a bunch of cheap SOBs? Oh shit. 50-cent raise per cert. The real money wasn't the overtime we got. That's really cheap for the amount of specialized knowledge you need and for the importance of doing your job well. That's kind of bullshit. Just saw a big research board with CCTV options and so on. I will share this with you later. I think you have peer ref, right, Cusper? This is the meat that you'll love. 3 different example devices and all of the commands that we can use with it, and then general network commands. You don't have to pay anything for pure ref. You can put in a custom amount and put 0 if you want. It's a pay what you want sort of thing. But the turnover rate was 160% according to the one supervisor that worked. That's crazy. Hey, Agram, I'm curious, do you have any freestyle tips for audio for UE games? I'm just starting to add audio to my vertical slice for a co-op project. Freestyle tips. Use classes 100%, because then you can assign this is a sound effect, this is an ambient sound, and you can have different sliders for that. Try to do your best to normalize all the audio levels by setting either custom volume for cues or for the wave files themselves roughly the same. And if you don't know about like stuff like Pixabay, it's a great place to obtain sound effects or, you know, audio loops, general stuff that's free. I would say those are my only tips. I made my own ambient sound system, which wasn't too difficult to set up. I don't know what your game looks like. I haven't done too much with audio, and certainly not anything super complex. MK made a video on skill trees. Yeah, we'll watch that in a few weeks. Already done with classes, automatic voice line ducking and such. Normalizing is a great tip. Also, concurrency settings. So you can do concurrency settings for sound effects and such so that you won't have too many occur at the same time. So for instance, if you have, I don't know, like a bunch of turrets shooting at the player, you might limit the number of concurrent versions of that cue to be playing to like 4 or 5 so that it doesn't stack up too much and increase the gain on all of them. You can also change how the concurrency sounds stack up, so that way you don't get like some super loud version of the same sound effect occurring at the same time. That one was really important for me. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Your players will love it if you do that. Their ears will be very thankful. What's that? I hear some alarm going off outside my window. There's like some nasty weather coming or something. It's very brief. I don't see anything. Oh well, if I die, I die. Whatever. I think they do have software guys in the oil industry too. I imagine that there's a lot of software used to monitor. I'm sure that there are people on site monitoring too, but I imagine that there's a lot of tech used to monitor levels of fluids, seismic activity, anything. So you could combine your knowledge of that, and I bet that they get paid a fuck ton, because imagine if you don't properly detect like some seismic activity before you drill into a spot, you know, or like some air pocket, and, you know, it could cost people their lives, which would be lawsuits, which would be bad press, stock prices, a whole bunch of bad shit. And they would rather pay somebody a shit ton of money to make sure that that never happens than pay even more money dealing with lawsuits and life insurance. how do I show visually that you still have access to like network? Let me do it this way. Basically, I'd make it work for me if I wanted to. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if we want to get a little bit... What kinds of opportunities would a software engineer with pre-existing, let's say, oil and pipe industry knowledge have by combining those skills? Probably should have it told it to think instead of deep search. Maybe it'll find some existing job applications. Well, I can let it do that while I'm working. Oh god, that's really violent. Colors! And they make no sense visually. Those are my artistic skills. Do you like them? Me too. Actually, I could just copy this in and put text over it. Software development for pipeline systems. Critical tasks like pipeline measurement, integrity management, leak detection, data engineering and analysis. The oil and gas industry is adopting AI. Big data. Big data? Okay. Interesting. Like big pharma. Some UX stuff. I think you could definitely make it work for you. You could definitely make some money off of that. It'd be pretty cool. Oh, it's tiny. Recently learned some UI UX design. Man, I can't wrap my head around UI UX stuff. I don't think in that way. I'm a spreadsheet warrior. I mentioned this would mostly entail low-level and embedded C or C++ work, specifically working for vendors who deal with oil companies. There's actually still a lot of like Visual Basic being used in... It's like really lightweight... Really lightweight and just proven languages that aren't going to have weird bugs or issues with it. Kind of cool to see the differences between programming languages for different applications. Coding front end sucks ass. Coding UI is a lot of work. I definitely can imagine that. Oop. Okay. Access to purely... Access to network commands and network-based software at this level. Oh. It's not what I wanted to do. I meant to move this to the back. Oh fuck, what did I do? How do I get it back? Is this the normal one? Fuck me. Overlay mode? Oh fuck, what did I do? Uh-oh. Go back. Okay, it's back to normal. Oh boy. People underestimate front-end work. Me included until I did it. I can do UI stuff in an Unreal really easily. But that's a whole different ballgame to programming it from scratch, right? Or implementing some library. I just need this on top. Send to front, okay. There we go. Oh, it didn't work. Why? Why do you... Is it part of like the hierarchy? Oh, there it is. God, that was annoying. Take it? You have a lot of networking knowledge? No. Nope. I'm a game designer. Almost purely. Systems is my specialty. I can do a lot of spreadsheet balancing, a lot of data handling, data-driven functions, low-level design. Thinking of pivot tables. I think in a lot of cases pivot tables are a little bit overrated. My hot take for the day. There's a lot of functions in Excel that I feel are so specific that in most cases you spend more time worrying about how to make them and how to make them look pretty than just thinking about the data. Management will buy it if it isn't a pie chart. Well, management doesn't need to buy my spreadsheets for, like, balancing, right? Like, in a lot of cases, I can just do some quick lookups. Visualize the data that way. I can't show you the data table for Train Life because I technically don't own it and I'm not supposed to own it. But that one was way more complex. Very data-driven train simulator and management game. Why? Why do you... What is this? Put these on top. Why do you not do this? Oh, thank you. Jesus. Access hierarchy. You like bar graphs and timesheets. I wonder if I have any applications for using when I use bar. I guess I did a little bit of graphing for XP curves. I didn't make a whole lot of graphs in Train Life. There's a lot of stuff I can just intuitively feel out for balance, but intuition is no replacement for actually just seeing people play and how they spend, you know, like in-game currency or how much XP they're earning per hour, and a lot of that you just need to say, okay, I assume the player can earn this much XP per hour on average because they can complete this many jobs. But how long is the average player completing a job, right? Compared to me who knows the game in and out. And that's where you have to get like playtesters. Let's see. Can still operate by commands. Can still operate and what am I thinking here? Device commands of other devices while in one. I hate the wording of that. Access to device command. Access to device commands and device-based software at this level or while operating a device and still use device commands of other devices while inside of another device. Really fucking confusing. And I hate that it can I replace? I think I can replace them. I just want to move that over to the side more. Oh, I saved it to my drive. Oops. Open. Oh, it's not open images. Just do it this way then. Can I really not replace the image? There's gotta be a way, right? I don't see it. It's a little bit too big. That's better. Is this like Hacknet but not? Or rather, what's the game? Type in exclamation point game. Are you the only one working on this game? No. We are currently 3 people, although I am full-time. You have the bot muted. Don't do that. Why did you mute the bot? You abuser. He pissed me off, okay. Hey, fair enough. It's kind of useful, though.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, go for it. Nope, hold it in. Edge yourself. How does a list manage to put a dot on the top, not the first item, but then the ones after that? Aqua Roquefort, thank you for the follow, and thanks for helping us reach 870 followers. If we get to 1,000, I will do a 24-hour stream. I'm 30 years old. I need my sleep. It will kill me, and I will probably say things that will get me canceled. Which means you definitely want to enable that. What is this? There we go. Jesus Christ. Know any websites to practice your syntax knowledge? I mean, I think Zek is on the right pathway. I don't know. I mean, you can use IDEs and they'll correct your syntax if it's wrong. Hey, Aqua. Good day. There should be basic network software that is inherently present somewhere running command prompt. Player can load custom software either already present or persisting between levels, each with their own functions and syntax. Software might be device upgrades, downgrades, which could have security vulnerabilities and or feature addition and removal. Network connections are unknown until the player discovers what they are. See local IPs, but not what that device physically is. Player can obtain device information through queries, physical scans, and observations. Player should be able to make scripts, macros. Should be able to script macros and run them potentially contextual based on device. Access hierarchy. Looks pretty good. Would you accept a 100k donation, but only if you delete your channel and retire from streaming forever? Look, I'm not a great streamer. I admit. I don't stream to like become the next Asmongold or Pyrus Software or whatever. I stream because it really helps me focus on making my game and not get distracted so much. So I don't think that I would accept any amount of money to stop streaming. Plus, we use streaming as a way to connect with our community. And that's something that I want to continue even when we get funding. The money would be great. The money would enable me to do a lot of things with our games. But I wouldn't do it. If you're practicing programming in an artificial environment that doesn't lead to real software, you're doing it wrong. That's fair. We want to be transparent with our community and collaborative, and I think showing early stages of our game's development and streaming allows us to... It does so many things for us and for our community. You guys get to see that we're genuine, that whatever we say we do, that you get to see behind the scenes. I don't have to, you know, filter through some bullshit message that I post on like Discord or something. You guys get to ask us real questions and get real answers. Staying independent will mean that I can say whatever the fuck I want on stream. Nobody can tell me not to, hey, don't share this, it'll fuck with our stock price, and then we'll get in trouble with the law. I can say anything I want. That's a freedom that I wouldn't give up for anything. Well, I can say anything within Twitch's dumb terms of service. But Twitch might be on borrowed time. Jesus Christ. I don't really have anything else to add to this. You can't talk about pirating game on Twitch? That's against US? I've talked about piracy before. I do like Asmon, to be fair. I think that Asmon is very genuine. I'm not streaming to like become big and make this my full-time job. Full-time, I want to be a game developer, a game designer. I just stream as a way to have the social accountability, share our game, collaborate, build a player base so that if we do make our game, that there's already people that I can share it with and who have seen the development, right? They can vouch for who we are as a team, what our game is. They got to shape that. I think that's cool. Not a lot of game developers are doing that. I have nothing else I can add to this, honestly. Oh, we didn't put this in here. I want to put that in there. You can talk about emulation, but not getting ROMs or where to get those said stolen games. Oh. I mean, fair. I've been very outspoken about my support for, or my lack of hatred against piracy in game development and gaming. I think as a game developer, a lot of people assume that game devs are inherently against piracy. I don't give a shit. Pirate my games if you want. If you can't afford my game, then you were never going to be able to... You're not stealing the game from me in that case, I feel. I just don't care. If you don't have enough money to buy my game, please find a safe way to pirate it, enjoy it, become a fan, and when you get the money in the future, or if the game goes on sale, consider supporting us in that way. But if you couldn't purchase the game, you weren't a lost sale. think piracy is not inherently bad. Some people either want to try before they buy or some can't afford it. Then of course there are those who just want to do it for whatever reason. Yeah. Yeah, there's a really great PC Gamer article about this. 50,000 people, which is not a small amount of people to survey. Most people do not currently pirate games. Most people pirate when they're younger. The reason people pirate is usually due to income, right? And we can see that here in reasons for piracy by age. The purple bars to demo the game, the red and green bars have to do with either can't afford it or the game is too expensive. If you make a demo, the purple bar almost disappears entirely. If you price your game fairly, the red and the green bars will drop a bit, and people who can't afford the game in the first place are not going to be lost sales. But they can be potential sales in the future. And I think that the stupidest thing that I've seen developers do is shit on people who can't afford to buy the game and pirate it because they want to play it because it seems cool. How about just don't say anything at all, and in the future you might be able to convert them into purchasers. How often would you say you've purchased a PC game after pirating it? Green, 7.5% always. Yellow, 47.9% say more than 50% of the time. So over half of people who pirate, and even if we want to include the red, which is rarely, 33.3%, almost 90% of people could be converted into buyers if you just treat them right and you make a fun game and you price your game fairly. That's literally it. 44% of people, by the way, said they hung up the iPad, they stopped pirating after an increase in income. 56% attributed quitting piracy to Steam sales. That's it. Just don't be a dick and use regional pricing, make a demo. 3 easy things to do. And you can cut the number of people that pirate your game, I would say by a factor of at least 60%. Sometimes piracy is your only way. Abandonware, censorship, ban games. Yeah, there's reasons for that too, like it's unavailable in that country, which is still a pretty big bar. In which case, again, it's not a lost sale if they could never afford to buy it or even couldn't purchase it in the first place. But there is a lot of word of mouth marketing that is completely free. If your game is good and people like it, they will talk about it. How many times have you guys in chat heard me talking about a game that I liked playing recently? Today I talked about Death Stranding. Yesterday, I know I talked about Fantasy Life in the past couple weeks. If people like your game, they'll talk about it. Have you heard of the uncensored library world on Minecraft? I have. It's really cool. Don't you dare mention RDR2. It's a good game. If these things were being done way back, they've just been forgotten now. It seems like a novel idea to people who didn't get to experience those times. I don't know, the stupidest thing you can do is shit on people who pirate. Just shut up about it. If you can't say anything reasonable, just don't say anything at all. And I think the most reasonable take you can have about piracy, make a demo, fair regional pricing, don't be a dick. And wouldn't you know, people will like you as a developer and will want to support you. Even if they can't do it financially, they'll want to support you through word of mouth. For example, for some reason Australia banned Hotline Miami. The developer just told the Australian players to pirate it. I think it's because of the blood. I think Australia is pretty hardcore about the blood and gore. And yeah, I would do the same thing. Base developer, by the way. Just pirate it. Fuck it. Remember the old PS2 demo discs? They were the go back in the day. I remember those. If people will still pirate afterwards, there's no point in shitting on people that continue to do it. Just move on. I saw one developer say to just make more money. I mentioned my thoughts on piracy, and their response was, just make more money. If you can't afford my game, just make more money. And that was the most brain dead, retarded take that I think I've ever heard. And I said that, and they got mad at me for saying that. It'll work. Just don't pirate EA games. My cousin did that and they threatened his ISP to ban him from the internet and possibly have you fine. I think they just do that because they have to. I've never seen that happen though. Just use a VPN as well. Really just specifically focused on drug use. For whatever reason, they had a lot of issues with RimWorld over that. Dumb, but it makes sense, but it's dumb. He did use a VPN, they still caught him? It's crazy. Something called Owncast is a streaming service. You can self-host and basically play under your own rules. Oh, that's pretty cool. There's a lot of ways to get around restrictions, let's put it that way. Okay, this looks good. Let's save this. I'm going to make sure to upload it to our Discord channel for this. And I don't really know what to work on now. I don't really have anything new to jump into. Could make a new folder though for System Break. Do that. System Break. Design. I'll buy your games and then also pirate them just because. So I've talked about it before, and I think this is definitely going to be way more possible now that we want to be self-published. We want to be independent. We will, I guarantee it, if we are independently publishing, we will upload our very own games for pirating. We will be the ones that upload it, just so you know that where you're downloading it from is a legitimate safe source. I know that there are other very safe sources, very trusted sources for pirating games, but we're going to do this because I feel like it's the most ethical move. There won't be any restrictions. There won't be any weird things that happen if you play it. There's going to be no pop-up that says, hey, please buy our games if you like it. It will be the full version of the game, fully featured, no restrictions, no weird pop-ups. That is my guarantee. As an example you really like, VVV is a game that's not only DRM free but straight up open source, and it still succeeded and gained popularity. People bought it on Steam despite that they literally could have gone on GitHub and compiled it for free. I won't say if we can be open source. And the reason is because we will likely use a lot of like plugins and other shit, which might also get us into hot water if we decide to host our own. I'll talk to a lawyer about it. I don't want to go into bankruptcy just to maintain my values. Because there might be Epic might have a problem with it, plugin holders might have a problem with it. It would be different if it was our own engine, now that I think about it. What happens if, because I know Discord would probably ban. You know what? I'll put it up on our website. I don't know. I really don't know. I'll talk to a lawyer. A good game will sell because it's good, not because it makes piracy harder. I agree. It's the same thing CD Projekt Red says, I believe. Like, we just want you to enjoy the game. We don't care if you pirate it or if you can't afford it, if you can. But I agree with you. I think people often complain, developers often complain about piracy because they see the numbers behind the pirates and they think, oh, these are people that didn't buy my game. But they never ask themselves, are these people that could buy your game? Are you doing everything in your power to limit the number of people that pirate your game? Like making a good demo. We just played Jump Space yesterday, right? What was it called? Did I name it the right thing? Uh-oh. Jump Ship. Jump Ship, not Jump Space. Jump Ship, right? Jump Ship. I hope that I named that correctly on our YouTube. Please tell me I didn't call it Jump Space. No, I called it Jump Ship. Cool. Okay, so we played this yesterday. I'm gonna be real with you. If this game didn't have a demo, I would have pirated the game to try it out. But because it had a demo, and I liked it, I will buy the game when it comes out. And also because the developers seem really cool. But I don't have a lot of money, because I haven't had an income for like 3 years. I'm running on fumes. If a game is good, really piques my interest, and I see a lot of, game time and enjoyment I can get out of it, I will support it. If it's fairly priced. I don't know what the price will be, though. I don't think they've announced that yet. Self-report arrest this pirate. They did join us, by the way. The developers joined us on stream yesterday, so that was pretty cool. 25 to 35 euros? That's fair. I might, even if I can't afford it now, I'll just wait, and I know that I'll buy it. Because this is right up my alley. And I wouldn't have done it if they didn't have a cool demo. Trying to develop an anti-piracy DRM solution based on blockchain and cryptography technology? Cool. I won't use it. No DRM. Don't believe in it. Not ethical. Just play the game. Companies will gobble that up. Of course, yes, they will. We won't, though. I'm kind of done for today. I'll keep talking with you guys for like maybe 10, 15 more minutes, but then I'm gonna get going. I feel like Netflix in long term will see a massive decrease in users for their new policies that last few years. I think that a lot of streaming services will see a decrease in users. It's becoming way too expensive. I don't know how old some of you were, but if you're old enough to remember how much it cost to get cable, I think it was like 50 to 70. You know what? Let's ask Grok. Around the early to mid 2000s, how much did cable cost in the US? And what did it offer? Yeah, I think 60 is kind of what I remember it being. 30 to 50, 40 to 45 premium packages with like HBO Showtime, 60 to 80 per month. Oh yeah, we should ask it to adjust for inflation. Adjust those prices for inflation for 2025. So expanded services adjusted for inflation. If you didn't want HBO or Showtime, which to be fair, there were a lot of channels you could get without HBO and Showtime. 50 to 80 bucks a month. And now, yeah, people are paying for Netflix, Hulu, Paramount, Apple TV, Disney, Prime Video. And with ads. And you don't even get access to like the regular network stuff that you had. Because you would still, because with regular television, list all of the USA channels at that time with an expanded package. Yeah, like 60 to 70 channels. The broadcast networks, I think these are still mostly available, but there were a lot of really good TV shows on these. Nova, Sesame Street, Star Trek Enterprise, Smallville, American Idol, 24, West Wing, Friends, CSI, Survivor, Lost I know was on, I think ABC. Yeah, Lost, Desperate Housewives. If you watch that. You had like Sci-Fi, Comedy Central, FX. So for like 50 to 70 or 50 to 80 bucks, you could get access to stuff like children's programming, Discovery Channel, Animal Planet, History Channel. And this stuff was really good at that time. History Channel kind of fell off. And you get it all. And it's there. You, of course, did have ads to deal with, but you could always record. You know, you had like TiVo, right? You could record it, skip through the ads. Some channels didn't have any ads. I think like what were some of the movie channels? I think like TMC was the movie channel, and you didn't get a whole lot of ads with TMC. And I know HBO and Showtime, which were optional too. Yeah, HBO was really good. HBO had some great shows at that time. What shows was HBO airing between 1990 and 2005? Name only the big shows. Simple list. Oz, Sopranos, Wire, Curb, Band of Brothers, Deadwood. Sex and the City was big for a lot of people. Wire and Sopranos and Oz was the shit. It was good. Yeah, I just have Spotify Premium these days. That's the only thing that I subscribe to is Spotify Premium. And we do the duo. Spotify Premium. We do the duo plan for me and my wife. Just 31 zloty a month. Which is like $8, $7 or $8. $8. It's pretty cool that you get Spotify Premium and Hulu for $6 a month. That's cool. I like that they do that. That's nice. Does that really cost us $31? Let me check. I thought it was cheaper than that. Maybe they increased their prices. Spotify. Oh no, it's 31. Use AdBlock with Hulu so I get my the bang for your money, yeah. That's so dumb that now you get ads. Like, what do you pay for at this point? Dude, even the children's programming. SpongeBob, Drake and Josh, Dragon Ball Z, Ed, Ed and Eddie. Fucking Blue's Clues. I mean, literally anything could come on Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network and it was based. Even today, I would watch... If I had Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network programming from back when I was a kid, it doesn't matter what gets turned on, I will watch it. That alone is better than pretty much anything that Netflix offers. You don't need to be a college student, you just need to pay a college student. Oh yeah, let me pay a college student. Adobe never managed to cancel my student discount and it's been a decade. I mean, there are ways that you can get Adobe products without having to... You know, the thing. What a time to be alive. If you had to pay for subscription services today to get the same level of access as an expanded cable package from back in the day, what would it cost total? Hey, $800 for a standalone version of ZBrush, that's crazy. YouTube TV? Wait, you can get YouTube TV for $83 a month. That's how much that costs? $83 a month. Just to get back all the things that you had before. We got rid of cable, but also here's cable again because people wanted it. My God, it's really going detailed here. To replicate a 2000s expanded cable package in 2025, 83 to 110 a month, depending on whether you use TV alone. Or add Paramount Plus and Peacock. Internet is an additional cost not required for 2000s cable. That's an important point. Pushing the total cost to 153 to 180 a month. What was that compared to? So if we just do cable alone, not including internet, 83 to 110 versus 61 to 140, depending on what you wanted to expand it. But expanded basic was 52 to 87. So 52 to 87 for expanded compared to 83 to 110. And that is adjusted. So they replaced cable with cable and made it more expensive. Thank you. I appreciate it. So basically, even with adjusted for inflation, you're paying double. Yeah, you're getting fucked over either way. Once the boomers go, I feel they will lose a lot of money. No one really watches TV anymore. Yeah. Like, I guess I wouldn't mind watching the sports game or two. But it doesn't take too many Google searches to find somebody streaming a sports game on a website that they shouldn't be allowed to, and just watch it there. And the boomers just don't know how to pirate, so they're... You know, it's not gonna happen. That's what Twitch is for, yeah. I mean, you can just get so much content off of YouTube and Twitch. And I think that's where most of the younger generations are spending their time, are on streaming services. I can just go and I can just get great documentaries directly off of YouTube. Okay, let's watch some documentaries. For free. Does this seem worth it to you? One word answer. Be honest. Based. Grok based. I like the breakdown. I really do. I think Grok is pretty damn good about going into details and having the sources. Elon Musk AI is smart. No value either, just brain rot and propaganda. Yeah, especially like news sites. Newscasters are just commentators these days. Ask about the subscription-based Tesla services. What are the subscription-based Tesla services? I don't know anything about those. Do $90 Switch 2 games make sense to you? Or seem worth it to you? One word answer. Be honest. He's gonna say yes. I know he's gonna say yes because Grok is gonna be a Nintendo shill. Based. Absolutely based. Grok? Based. This occurs in features that are locked behind a subscription-based paywall. Oh, wonderful. Everything's a subscription. Grok spitting fags, dude. I should just screenshot this. Yeah, but there's no context for the first one. There's only context for the second one. Oh well. You just clip this. Alright guys, I'm gonna get going. I'm hot, I'm hungry. You wouldn't download... You want it? Ahmed, I would download a car. Seriously, if I could download a car instead of having to pay for it, I would, because I can't afford a car. I can't afford the gas to put in it either, and I don't even have a driver's license. So I would download a car, and I would download driver's license. And if I could, I would download gasoline as well. KTM sells an adventure bike where ABS is a subscription. Wonderful, we're locking safety features behind paywalls. 3D printed car. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for the raid of how many was it? 181 people. If anybody is still here from Adam's raid, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And consider following if you haven't. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more System Break. So have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Really great talks today. We made some cool progress with our design, and maybe tomorrow we can even jump into prototyping out how that would feel and how all those command line commands would work. My voice is starting to go, so I'll get going. Chat. Love you so much. See you tomorrow. Peace. See you guys.